You ready? All right. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for being here on this cold and windy evening. So we'll call the special meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Berryessa Union School District to order at 6:03 p.m. We have all five trustees in person here. First item is the adoption of the agenda. If there are any questions, if not, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to adopt the agenda.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The agenda is adopted as presented. The next item is a review and discussion, school consolidation and closure study session. Dr. Fuentes.
Thank you. Good evening. This evening, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Kevin Franklin, will open our presentation and assist the board in their discussion on the matter of school consolidation.
All right, good evening. So I have a few slides here that are part of a request for more information from the last study session that we had. So I'm here to present those particular slides and answer any questions that you might have about some of this information. So the first is just a slide about the options that we had brought forward at the last study session, options A, B, and C, with, I believe, the focus being on option B at that time, but still have the three options available depending on what the board's direction is. Okay, the next item that was requested was the schematics for a TK8 campus. And so what we had talked about was that there are really two realistic schematics for a TK8 campus. The first one being this particular school, Piedmont Middle School, and what we were looking at was option C within the three different options, and a lot of that was based on cost and the timeline to be able to implement those changes to reconfigure the school site. So with this particular option for Piedmont Middle School, to make Piedmont a K-8, what we were looking at doing is pretty much kind of dividing the school into two sides, with the bottom side on this particular map being the elementary side. And so you can see reconfiguring the classrooms there in the front to the TK classrooms and kinder classrooms, putting a playground out in front of those classrooms for the kindergarten students. So playground appropriate for ages 5 years and under to accommodate those students. And then out further on the blacktop behind the mini gym is the other playground for the older elementary school students. And then what we have is pretty much everything else along the administration building remaining the same, with the choir and then this NPR being the same, and then leaving the band room where it's currently located in the library, and also in this particular instance leaving the fifth space where it is, and then creating the upper 6th, 7th, and 8th grade classrooms on that end of the campus. The other thing that we would do that I failed to mention was down in the TK section is that we would reconfigure the restrooms in that area to be appropriate for the TK and kinder students. So in installing smaller toilets and making that restroom suitable for those students. So we would do that reconfiguration. So all of that cost is about $2.4 million. We would also look at what options we have to make drop-off a little bit easier out here in the front. So right now there's currently a short fence along that curve for the drop-off. We would look at removing that fence, and then we would also look at any other reconfiguration we could do to help make it easier for parents and families to drop off students, especially the younger students that are TK and kinder age over there by those classrooms. Any questions about this particular layout for Piedmont?
Questions from the board, feel free to ask, interrupt Mr. Franklin. Quickly for the drop-off, I'm glad that you mentioned for the reconfiguration for the younger students. So I would imagine there would be a staggered bell schedule because if we do end up with a TK8 configuration, so.
Yeah, that would depend as we're developing, what that looks like. I know that I'm familiar with some TK8 campuses
Yeah.
that are larger in size than what we would be creating, and they all have one standard start time of 8:30. So we'd have to take some of those things into consideration. You might have some families that have an older student and a
Yeah.
younger student, and so maybe a staggered drop-off might not be conducive to their situation. So we'd have to really kind of take a look at how we wanted to do that as far as the bell schedule goes.
Okay.
Okay. Then the next option to look at roughly the same cost was Sierramont Middle School and reconfiguring that school into a TK8 campus as well. And again, the same concept of kind of creating that divide between the younger grades and the older middle school grades. So creating at the bottom half of that map, the kinder and TK area there at the bottom, having that TK playground out in front of those classrooms, and then going around on the side, the first through fifth grades, and then leaving the other half of the campus for the older students and not doing any changes to the current art room, the current band rooms, or the science rooms. All of those would still remain the same. And then you would have the seventh and eighth grade, like I said, on the middle of the building, and then eighth grade also occupying some of the portables. And there, I don't know that we would need to do any reconfiguration for drop-off, although there is an option to be able to do that, to reconfigure the small parking lot in the front to have an entrance and to have a drop-off section there as well. But that would be a little bit more than the 2.3 million that's shown as the cost for the reconfiguration. And then another playground for the older elementary students out there by the third and fourth grade classrooms. Any questions about this particular layout?
Do those schematics require a change to the existing boundaries to the middle schools?
So, yes, it would, because depending on how you want to configure, what elementary schools are going to be feeding into those. So, for instance, if Piedmont was chosen, and if it was Toyon and Summerdale merging into this particular campus, then we would need to reconfigure the middle school boundaries for Vincy Park and Noble, which feed, about 50% of their students to Piedmont for both schools. And then Sierramont also, depending on what schools were being consolidated into that particular campus, then we would have to look at capacity and to see how that would work out.
So in other words, if Piedmont was selected to become a TK through 8 school, their boundaries would shrink, and same for Sierramont. If they were selected to be a TK through 8, their
Correct.
boundaries would shrink as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Just one additional note on that, with the TK8 at Sierramont, you would have a more large-scale boundary change for the middle school attendance than you would with Piedmont, simply because the elementaries that feed into Sierramont are larger in size than the elementary schools that feed into Piedmont.
Any additional questions before we move to the next slides? All right. So I'll quickly go through these next ones because these are just some of the items that kind of came up during the board study session discussion last time. And so there's just additional, more in-depth information that I'll go through relatively quickly, but please feel free to ask questions as we go through if you have any. First was about the boundaries, as you just mentioned, and what those currently are, and where all the students are currently located. So the next couple of slides are the current boundaries, and then some school density maps as far as where our students reside within those boundaries as they currently are. So it's the elementary. These are the middle school boundaries, so you can see how some of Noble's attendance area splits between Sierramont and that peach middle section. Some of Noble's boundaries go there, and then they're in that fluorescent green. Those students go to Piedmont. And then same with Vincy Park. Some of Vincy Park's area is green, going to Piedmont, and some of Vincy Park's area is yellow going to Morill. So those are the adjustments that would need to be made in the situation that that was just being mentioned. And then as far as density maps, it's a little bit hard to see on this particular screen. It's actually pretty clear on the displays, but you can see that there's darker red color areas where it's a higher density of our students residing. And so you can see some of the really dark red areas are some of the areas where you see some of the apartment complexes that have many students living in them. And then some of the lighter shaded areas are where we don't have very many students residing. And then this next particular slide shows in these dots exactly where we have students and higher densities of students. So again, that's something that, you know, when you see it on the computer screen and you can zoom in, you can kind of see where our students are currently residing right now. This is a graph of or a table of the distances between school sites. So, you know, how close one school is to another, and for each particular school, you know, what the next closest school is. Those are highlighted in yellow. So you can see the next closest school, for instance, to Noble. The closest schools are Ruskin, Summerdale, and Toyon. So that's how that particular table works. Okay. Next was school capacity and utilization. And again, just a reminder that all of these slides have been presented before. They were presented to the committee, and we've shared them a few times. They're available on our website as well. These are the school capacity calculations. So just how many students can be served at a particular school site based on the current number of classrooms, and if we add additional portables, how many can the school site sustain and how many students can they serve? So that's the current capacity calculations. Here's the utilization rates for 2023-24. So this is the utilization rates that we were utilizing last year when we started this process. So you can go down and you can see that for each of our school sites. And then because we're looking at implementing this in 25-26, we did another utilization rate based on projected enrollment at that time for each school site. So that's why we use 25-26 rather than this current fiscal year, because we're going to implement next year. There were also some questions about the Mandarin dual immersion program at Cherrywood. So this is some of the information that was requested out of that conversation. So the program started in the fall of 2018, starting with 2 kinder and 1 first grade classroom, and then 2 classrooms were added each school year to build the program. And now we're currently we have students in 6th grade and 7th grade at Sierramont Middle School as well. So it goes beyond Cherrywood now. And then, as you can see on that next line in 25-26, you will have our first group of 8th graders finishing that first cohort through Sierramont Middle School. So the total enrollment as it currently sits with the Cherrywood Dual Immersion Program, there's a total enrollment of the school site of 533. We have 277 of those students in the Mandarin Dual Immersion Program, 256 that are not currently in the program. So a little bit more than 50% of the students are in the Mandarin Dual Immersion Program at Cherrywood. And then you can see how those numbers play out between how many resident Cherrywood students are in the program versus non-resident students and out-of-district students. So, you know, a majority of the amount of students come from either outside of the school district or from other school site attendance boundaries.
Do we know which school sends most Mandarin students from our district to Cherrywood?
Vincy Park. I think it's in the 54 or so. But yeah, Vincy Park has the most students in that program. The next set of information that was requested was about Title I. So just a quick overview of Title I eligibility and what it could be used for. Title I, schools are eligible for Title I funds when they're above 40%, when above 40% of their students are considered low income. So when you go below 40%, then you can apply for a waiver if you meet any of the following criteria, which is greater than or equal to 25% of the students being low income, greater than 30% being English learners, or if you've been identified for comprehensive or targeted support. So all of our schools currently receive funding through a Title I waiver, meaning none of our schools qualify anymore as being above 40%. So all of them are below 40% now, where that hadn't been the case in prior years. And then expenditures all must be supplemental in nature and directly related to increasing the academic achievement of economically disadvantaged students. So everything must be above and beyond. This is a list of our schools that qualify for Title I status and the percentage of free and reduced price meals, which is how we gather the low income and socioeconomic status of our students. So that's in the middle column is the number of eligible students, and then what that translates into as a percentage, and then the corresponding revenue associated with those students for each of the school sites. And then another term that we use often is the unduplicated pupil count. So we also get supplemental dollars from the state for our unduplicated pupil count students, very similar to Title I in nature. And it's we get additional funds for any student who falls into one of these three categories. Students eligible for free and reduced price meals, English learners, foster youth, or homeless. And so basically what that means is that if a student falls into multiple of those categories, they only count that student once. You don't get additional dollars if they meet multiple categories. And then this is the unduplicated pupil count by type at each school site. So which one of our students are foster youth or homeless, which ones are free and reduced, and which students are English learners. So this is just a chart showing how many of those students are at each of our school sites as they currently are this year. Any questions about any of these slides?
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions from the board? We may ask at this time. Before we move to public comments, we could spend some time discussing the findings of the data and then move on to public comments and come back to discuss the next steps with the board's prerogative.
I also just want to quickly share with the trustees, we do have others here in the audience that can also support answering any questions you may have. We have Brianna Garcia here, who's our facilitator for our School Consolidation Advisory Committee. We also have Tom Williams, our demographer. Our chairperson is still here, Mr. Carroll for the committee, as well as Harold Freeman, our legal counsel, who's been assisting us through this process, and of course, cabinet that can answer any questions you may have.
So, on the just on the data from Cherrywood, wrong slide. Oh, there you go. So the non-MI enrollment is 256. Are all 256 Cherrywood resident students, or do we have transfers, overflows, and things like that?
No, we do have some students who are overflowed into the school site. I think there's about 10 that are in the K-5 program, and I think there's another 8 to 10 or so in TK that come from other areas in the district.
Okay.
I just have a quick question about how our students and families get around to the different schools. Do you have information about how many students who walk to school who will be impacted if we do a TK to 8, like to Piedmont and to Sierramont, like the incoming schools? Do you have those kind of rough numbers?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at the previous presentation from that timeframe, but we did have the safe routes to school. That was part of the study that Dan Norris did, and we did present that information, so we do have that data. I just don't remember it off the top of my head, but I can get that.
I know combo class sizes changes every year, but is there any particular site that historically always has had an issue with always having combo classes? Because I think that's one of the issues that I would like to address, is to avoid the need for combo classes.
Yeah, so from my experience the past few years, it's typically your smaller schools, Toyon, Summerdale. There's a handful at Cherrywood this year. Laneview has some. Brooktree, I think, has 1 or 2. But typically it's the smaller schools. We've seen them every year at Toyon and Summerdale since I've been here.
Okay, so our 2 smallest enrolled schools are Toyon, Summerdale, and what's the third one now?
Laneview.
Laneview, okay.
Noble's another one that's probably roughly the same.
Go ahead, trustee.
Sorry, yeah, I have one question just regarding I guess adjusting or, upgrading the facilities, the middle school facilities to accept, to make them TK to 8. So the cost is roughly $2.5 million. That's what we're trying to save by, by consolidating schools. Why can't we use those funds just to pay for, for the cost instead of consolidating schools?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So the dollars that we would use to upgrade this facility or Sierramont for a TK8 would come out of our bond and developer fees, which are specific to using to improve our facilities and can be used only for our facilities and not for just general purpose salaries.
Gotcha. And we have the bond funds available for that type of, because it wasn't initially, part
Correct.
of our planning for
Yeah, so there are bond funds. So, if we do close 3 schools, we will have some savings from not needing to do all of the projects scheduled to occur at those school sites. Some of them we would still, of course, still follow through on, such as like fire alarm systems, things like that, because our facilities are still going to be around and we'll need to keep them safe. But there'd be other projects that we would maybe not be moving forward with that we could then reallocate those funds to upgrade these sites. Okay. And then there's also some dollars available that were already committed. For instance, upgrading science labs, things like that were already scheduled to be done at each of the middle schools.
Okay. And it seems like pretty extensive work that could be done before the beginning of next year?
Yes. So the plan would be, once the board makes the decision on whether or not to move forward with the TK8 at either of the school sites, we've already had an architect look at the layout for each school site. What we would do is we'd start with purchasing the playground equipment so we can move forward with that. And we would start doing a lot of that work. And then we would try to schedule out the restroom work to be done during one of the breaks, if possible, before the summer.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on when it comes to converting the middle schools, either Sierramont or Piedmont Middle, into TK through 8, the safety and traffic issues? I know Sierramont is located further inside the residential area. There's a lot of residential parking for parents and guardians to walk their students or their children to school. it's a little bit more safer. But as far as Piedmont Middle, it's on a larger thoroughfare, just right out here. Could that become problematic, or how would we address that? I'm not sure. Do parents drop off their kids right off here in Piedmont Road?
Yeah, there's some that do park down the street and the students walk. I've seen parents walk with students as well. It's pretty good traffic flow moving through the circle here and out in the morning. You'd also then have probably staggered in times too, so typically TK and kinder get out earlier than the rest of the students. But again, the school site after creating a TK8 would be roughly the same size that the school sites currently are, maybe slightly bigger if it's Piedmont versus Sierramont. But again, Piedmont just a few years ago was over 800 students. And so if we're creating a TK8 that has between 700 and 750 students, there's actually less students coming to school. And then typically, if we were looking at Summerdale and Toyon, those students are already families that come here for drop-off currently. But again, too, we have to remember that with the reconfiguration, there's going to be more staff. So then there will be staff that can help, out in the front with helping children get out of cars and help with the flow of traffic. So there's a chance that, or there's more staff, so it helps make things smoother during drop-off and pickup times.
Thank you.
So even, Trustee Jimenez, you go, please.
Sorry. Yeah, that's actually one of my concerns as well as traffic, for this site. I have a middle schooler here, I have an elementary student at Summerdale, and those, younger students need the parent to bring them to the school, to wait for them after school. My middle schooler, I wait for him on Penitentiary Creek Road because the traffic is so bad. So I think, with the, just having the main road here, one of the main roads in the Berryessa area is a little bit problematic in terms of traffic flow and stuff like that. But we also have the MOT lot, right, which right now isn't available to drop off or pick up. It's just would that be something that perhaps we could look at?
I probably wouldn't recommend it just because of the fact that we are going to be reconfiguring and rebuilding our warehouse facility, and it will be rebuilt up in the front here. But even before that, there are still big trucks that do come in to drop off for deliveries, and we can't always, plan exactly when they're coming into the MOT yard. And so if we're allowing that to be used for pickup during the day, and we have deliveries that need to be made, it could become problematic.
Okay.
But we would definitely look into traffic. That'd be part of one of the next steps moving forward, is to look at what the impact of the decision would be as far as traffic.
And the $2.5 million doesn't include any, parking lot upgrades or changes or anything like that?
It most likely would be able to include some of those. If you're going to completely redo the parking lot, then no, we would need to add some funds. But there's definitely some dollars in there for some reconfiguration of the parking lot to help with the traffic. Okay. So of course, this was redesigned like 5 years ago into the current layout with middle school in mind, but we would definitely take a look to see if there's a more efficient way to make it more conducive to a TK8.
And then just to go back to Trustee Haug had asked about the safe routes to schools and those numbers. It's on page 176 in your binder. You'll have a configuration there for every school that gives an estimate of the walkers and what those patterns are around each facility, which is what the committee looked at during their August 8th meeting. It's under the Appendix A. And in Appendix A, page 176 is where it begins. And as Mr. Franklin mentioned, the next follow-up step, once we do have schools identified from the board, would be a more intensive traffic study for those locations.
So basically, no matter what we decide, we'll make it work in a good way.
Yeah, kind of pivoting to another topic too, I also wanted to touch on staffing for mental health as well. So for a TK to 8 model, do we have an idea if we would maintain the model that we currently have with our psychologists and social workers? We share them among the elementary schools, and what would happen with the TK to 8 model? Would we maintain one for the entire school, or?
I'd kind of defer that to ed services and what their thoughts are. I know psychologists, we allocate based on a student ratio, so that would probably stay the same.
Yeah, the one thing I would advocate for is if you're moving the TK-8, you have 2 elementary schools. Our school social workers support 2 elementary schools. So I would advocate for an elementary social worker and then a middle school social worker. Then you have that additional academic counselor and then the school psychologist who would serve probably just the whole school, and they probably wouldn't share sites, where most of our school psychologists currently share sites. So I think that would be my recommendation.
So I'm actually glad you brought that up because I think one of the most important factors of this process, the closure and potential consolidation, is that we want to provide more resources. We shouldn't be thinking of it as closing a school and taking away from our community, but we should be discussing it as if we're adding more resources by consolidating it, so that way our students have more available resources that are more readily available to them at one site.
Absolutely. And if we go back to our original objective for this school consolidation process, as much of a financial challenge that we have, it is about making sure we're better utilizing our resources and maximizing services for our students.
I know there's no actions taken tonight, but maybe we could set some parameters. Is there any potential school sites that you guys feel are off limits or you absolutely cannot support closing? So that way, when we do take action next week, we kind of focus our conversations on the schools that at least the 5 of us can support consolidating or closing. Like, is there a middle school or are middle schools off the table? Any particular sites that you just absolutely cannot support closing?
Yeah, I think the last meeting, I expressed, and I think Trustee Buak also might have, I don't want to speak on her behalf, but I did express that I'm not inclined to close any of the middle schools as far as possible. Again, we want to keep that as a last option. Ideally, if there's a pathway to creating a TK-8 in a successful TK-8 model, then we should look at preserving the middle school and preserving all 3 middle schools, reconfiguring one into a TK-8 kind of a model. That's where we were at for the middle schools.
And I can also speak for myself since I wasn't here, but I agree with that. I really think we should not touch our middle schools for closure. There'd be a lot of students impacted. I also would like to stay within the schools that were recommended by the committee. I think that, the process was robustly done by community members, and we should maintain that short list that they provided to us. And also, I would like to voice that I'm really concerned about the impact that this will have on our Latino population, our McKinney-Vento students. And so I would err on the side of, trying to make sure that they're supported and that our decision does not ultimately greatly impact them the most. Since school closures are happening across the East Side, it's disproportionately affecting our low-income, homeless, Latino students. So I just want to voice that as well.
All right. Any other questions? Trustee Buak.
Yeah, if I remembered correctly, the last time we met here, we chose option C, or I can't remember what it was anymore. Where we would reconfigure one middle school and close 2. And I think it's option B then. I think that's the one.
Right.
Yeah, it's option B. No middle school must close. I am against that, and I think we all agree as members of the board.
So with the option B, we're talking about closing 2 elementary, merging, 2 elementary and merging 1 with a middle school. But if I heard you correctly, you probably might have cited it as an example, but you did talk about Summerdale and Toyon merging into Piedmont. So capacity-wise, does Piedmont have capacity to absorb both the schools as they are, meaning without breaking apart the community, the Summerdale community and the Toyon community, and then bringing both schools as it is. So it won't be a closure per se, it'll be a consolidation of both elementary schools into middle school. Is there capacity?
Yes. So the utilizing the current projected numbers for Summerdale and Toyon for next year, combining them into one school here as a TK8 would be within the capacity. It'd be well under the maximum capacity, and it would be somewhere between probably 740 to 775 students, somewhere around that range, just depending on some of the parameters that are put on to the creation of the TK8.
Right. And just quickly to continue on that TK8 model for Sierramont, I don't think we spoke about any one school or two schools. I do understand that the Majestic, Cherrywood, and Ruskin that feed into Sierramont are a larger school, elementary schools. What would be the vision like for that? I'm just curious how we structured that.
Yeah, so to be able to create that at Sierramont, you'd probably have to reconfigure what that looks like. So right now you currently have the Mandarin dual immersion that I mentioned at Sierramont. So then you'd be looking at, I would assume most likely Cherrywood becoming part of that K8. But then you're really limited because then that's one attendance area then only for the middle schools, or for the middle school portion of that K8. And so that wouldn't necessarily work, but they have 520 or 30 or so students. And so that's around the amount of elementary students that we would be looking at having for within a TK8. So configuring that to be able to be the size and everything, to not have the disruption to the other two schools as far as where those students go to middle school. You'd have to have the Ruskin students go to a different middle school, and you'd have to have the Majestic students go to a different middle school as well.
I got it. Okay.
And then if you chose Ruskin, then you're looking at 300 to 350, depending on the projection and the years moving forward. And then that's not enough. So then you'd have to look at then where you're going to, pull the remainder of those elementary students from to create that TK8.
Yeah. Okay. Trustee Jimenez.
I'm sorry.
I called it. Trustee Jimenez, you're first.
Okay, thank you. So if we were to consolidate, say, Toyon and Summerdale here, how would that affect the boundaries of the other schools that feed into Piedmont Middle School?
Right. So right now, part of Noble's students come to Piedmont, the rest go to Sierramont. And then with Vinci Park, some of them come to Piedmont, and some of them go to Morrill. So I think after having conversations with Tom Williams, we would most likely look at having the Vinci Park students feed into Morrill, and the Noble students feed into Sierramont. But of course, we could take a look, in more detail at those boundaries and see if some of the Vinci Park students, if it would be more appropriate for them to attend Sierramont based on where they live. But there was also a good point brought up to me earlier about Vinci Park and there being public transportation, bus transportation through VTA going from the Vinci Park neighborhood directly to Morrill.
So Vinci, of the four schools, Vinci and Noble are more affluent than the student populations than, say, Summerdale and Toyon, right? So in a way, we're segregating the more affluent students with the less affluent students. Because now, they all meet here.
It just depends. Some of them, like I said already, from Vinci Park, they're already split between the two schools. So how those numbers, and what the status is of those students, I'm not.
Right. I don't know which, half goes there, but
right.
Just in terms of just the entire school population as a whole. Yeah, that's okay.
I have a concern at the same time when we have to close Title I schools. And if Summerdale and Toyon were to come here, that's all Title I schools. But at the same time, I'm looking at it in another way too, that more students that can receive Title I, more than 40%, it will be school-wide. So the resources would come in plenty, for them. Am I correct on that one?
Yes, so if it were Summerdale and Toyon merging in with Piedmont, trying to get to that Title I slide here. So, you're looking at, the two highest percentage Title I schools merging within the highest, or Piedmont and Morrill are roughly the same as far as Title I percentage, but you're correct. You'd be merging essentially 3 Title I schools together, basically the 2 feeder Title I schools that feed into Piedmont. And so more than likely, because those percentages are so close to 40% for Summerdale and Toyon, you would have a school that was over 40% and not needing the waiver for Title I by creating the TK8 here at Piedmont.
So the resources would be school-wide and perhaps hire more resources, more mental health people,
Correct.
more counselors, and so forth.
Right. For instance, when you see, Summerdale and Toyon combined receiving about $90,000 in Title I money, and then on top of that, another $90,000 from Piedmont, you can do a lot more with those dollars combined than you could with just Summerdale and Toyon. So for instance, Summerdale and Toyon, the way they're currently configured, you wouldn't even really be able to hire a half-time, like reading intervention teacher, for instance, or some other type of support type teacher, intervention teacher. But when you combine those 3 together, you would definitely have enough money to provide resources like that at a school.
Yeah, I also have to point out to Summerdale and Toyon, Piedmont is their home school for middle school, right? So they're going to have to come here anyway. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, and I also want to note, I would also like to see if we were to combine all our Title I schools, like pushing for something that would benefit those students, like a STEAM school for Piedmont Middle School, just to give this community a benefit, since if we were to do that option as well, I would advocate heavily for that as well.
So my concern, neighboring districts have schools with large Title I populations. No one is clamoring to go to those schools. No one is saying, despite the additional funds, additional resources, hey, I want to send my kid to Title I school or high Title I population. So that is my concern that, would happen here, is that we would have a giant school with a larger Title I population than any other school in the district. I don't see parents saying, oh, well, they have extra assistants, they have an extra counselor, I want to send my kid there. That's not what parents look at. So that's something I'm really concerned about.
But if we reconfigure this school as a STEAM, as some kind of an academy, then I think it would be more attractive to the other districts if we were to do something like that.
Yeah, and that's definitely an option. So, as part of the reconfiguration, we could definitely look at doing something like that and reconfiguring classrooms as we start to create the plan for the school. We can definitely look into that.
I think the board agrees as to not to close any of the middle school. I think I'm getting that from everyone here. So perhaps the next step would be we need to really think about the other closures, the other school sites, if that is something that the board agrees on, and to rethink all of these things.
I just want a quick clarification from Trustee Jimenez. So can you explain one more time your concern about creating a big, huge Title I school? Is that worried over the optics of this?
I know that, I know that, neighboring districts have schools with large Title I populations. I went to Title I schools all my life, and they're not the schools that people choose to send their kids to, despite people, when parents are looking, they look at test scores, et cetera, right? And they look at, student demographics. They don't look at, they're getting some extra funds because, they have poor kids, because they have second language learners that tend to bring down the test scores, right? So, they're not usually the schools that people want to send their kids to for whatever reason, well, we know the reasons, but it's just, having gone to Title I schools, I can tell you they're not the schools that people, even though they may be good schools.
Right.
And they have, resources, they have great teachers and assistants and all that stuff. They're not the ones that parents want to send their kids to.
Right. It's so just due to the fact that we label it as a Title I school, just the optics of that might not look good, even though the
Yeah, well, I mean, and students that are, second language learners that come from disadvantaged backgrounds also tend to score lower on tests. And so that's what parents look at as the test scores, right? So unless the assistance is really, but I mean, in general, is it really enough to elevate the test scores to some, to a school with, like, say, a more affluent, all English proficient population? I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
So I see it a little bit differently. I don't think it should be looked at whether the parents want to send their children to that school or not. I think it should be looked at the fact that the children that are enrolled in those schools, are they getting the support that they needed? And if we have the ability to provide that support and additional resources, I think that's what's important, especially for families living in that neighborhood. Oftentimes, they don't have the resources or ability to drive their children to the schools that they do want to send their kids to because it's not Title I or whatever. Oftentimes, those families are forced to go to those neighborhood schools. And if they are sending their kids to those schools, we should provide those children with the most resources and support. I think that's how we should be looking at it.
Yeah, well, and that's part of the problem. So the families within those boundaries that have the means or have the knowledge to send their kids to another school within the district, or, they can afford a private school, they will do that. And so my concern is, I mean, that happens here at this school, right? I know kids that choose not to come to Piedmont because, it has a bad reputation, quote unquote. So they send, the ones that know that they can do that, and they have the transportation, they have the time to take their kids to another campus, or the means to send them to private school, they will choose those options instead. So it creates more segregation. And that's really, it's my concern.
I think that parents, if they wish to send their kids to private schools, they can. I mean, that's their choice. But at the same time, as a former educator myself, I am not really too concerned about whether the parents are going to send their kids to a Title I school. Believe me, we can create it. We can create a school that is extremely attractive to these parents. And one of them, in my opinion, is turning it into a STEAM academy of some kind. And that, I think, is very, very attractive. As a teacher myself, it's not so much of a concern because we cannot help when parents want to send their children to private schools.
Yeah, I want to echo that sense. I share the same concern as you, Trustee Jimenez, because I do acknowledge that, all three of the schools are Title I schools, but I also agree with Trustee Boak. I think that if we give the school an added benefit, it'll become a even better school, and we can give them those resources like having the STEAM academy or like a STEAM school. But I would want to know, with our board direction, I want to make it explicitly clear that we need to give it some sort of like STEAM academy, STEAM school, and have some sort of special benefit for this school specifically for the Title I kids. Because growing up in the district too, I know the reputations that our different schools have, but they change over time. So I went to Morrell Middle, and at the time it was only Morrell was the one for sports and whatever. But now we have completely different reputation with Morrell, and being a California distinguished school site now. The school can change over time, and I think that having STEAM at Piedmont Middle can change that reputation over time too. So, and I hear the private school argument a lot as well, and I want to make sure that all of our schools have that added benefit, and with this process we have that ability to do so. So, and I hear you on the segregation point as well, but what I've learned is that we need to give additional resources to these schools, and I think that doing a STEAM programming or something in addition to would make Piedmont Middle a really incredible school, so that's what I'm thinking as well.
Yeah, I agree with both of you. So I don't think that just having it be a Title I school because it gets extra money for the extra systems that the students need anyway. I don't think that that is, to me, it's not a selling point. But if there was something else, right, to make these schools that aren't so attractive right now, right? No one's saying, oh, I want to send my kid, instead of sending him to Ruskin, I want to send him to Summerdale, I want to send him to Toyon. And that's part of the problem, right? Or instead of sending him to Sierra Mont, I want to send him to Piedmont. How often do we hear that? We never hear that. So there has to be something that really makes, if we're going to do this, right, to make it an outstanding school, besides the Title I status, actually in spite of the Title I status.
So I agree with what everything was said, and I've shared this with Superintendent Fuentes. I also support rebranding. If we were to go down this route, rebranding the school that we decide to consolidate to make it a STEAM academy, adding science programs, engineering programs, to make it attractive for our parents and the students that are impacted by this. And one of the largest points for the parents that speak up against the Ruskin closure was they have a science lab there. None of our elementary schools have a science lab. So whatever schools get impacted, maybe we could, incorporate those type of programs into the schools that are consolidated. So that way our elementary schools do have these programs that are so important in this valley, engineering and math. So again, that's just how I see it. When we think of the consolidation process, it needs to be not what we're taking away from our students, but what we're adding to the students that are getting impacted.
All right. Good points. So maybe this could be a good time to move to public comments, and we can come back. If you continue to gather your thoughts, you want to come back to that discussion. Does that sound okay with everybody, or are there more questions for the cabinet or any of our guests today? You good? Trustee Nguyen, are you okay? All right. So let's move to the public comments on the agenda items. Okay, all right, let's move forward with public comments. Before we go to public comments, I want to remind everybody, I said this is the last meeting also. I wanted to begin once again by acknowledging the challenges involved in this process. Never easy to consolidate schools or close schools. Those are scary words. The worst thing that a school board can undertake. We understand that's an emotional journey and it can be very difficult to grasp. Just wanted to share with everybody, in case you missed it last time, that we started this process in 2022 when we established our Budget Stabilization Committee. It reflects our commitment to addressing the district's financial realities thoughtfully and with the desire to preserve services and support to our students, as we spoke just now. As we review the process and talk about all the information tonight, I ask everyone to remember our shared purpose. It's to ensure that all current and future students in the Berryessa community receive a quality education. Let's keep this meeting respectful, constructive, and focused on the facts. Berryessa, we have a strong reputation for maintaining decorum, and I really appreciate that from everybody, and for being thoughtful and respectful, and for setting a positive example for our children, some of whom are here today. Hopefully, some of them are watching us online. All right, so before calling up the speakers, I'll read the speaker conduct. For those, all those who wish to address the board during the public comment periods, speakers are requested to state your name and affiliation for the record. Each speaker today will be given 2 minutes to address the board and 5 minutes per organization. We are a little flexible with the timing. I'd like to remind the speakers to communicate with respect, fairness, and courteousness to each other and to all present. We ask that you not use the name of any district employee in your comments. The board welcomes orderly communication from the public. With that, we will call first speaker, Preeta from Ruskin.
Thank you everyone for your time and effort. It's a difficult process and it affects our children. Navigating this path has to be well thought of, and I'm encouraged to see that our trustees are taking this seriously. I personally would like to say that I am in support of the decision of making a school as a specialty school. Every parent likes something special for their kids. So if there is a special program, parents are going to be encouraged to enroll in that. Given that opportunity, we should also keep in mind some parents may not want to have that STEM or STEAM process. Such parents should be given an option to opt out, and anyone else who is interested in should be given an opportunity to join. What this means is to keep our enrollments open. Give parents an option to choose the school that they want their children to go to. This would not only encourage the parents to stay within the district and maybe bring in some of the parents who are in private school back to our public school system. So thank you for giving the opportunity, and the best.
Thank you for those comments. Next speakers, there are two on the start, Victoria Carrillo and Delilah Ramirez.
Hi, my name is Victoria Carrillo. I'm a former student.
Hi, my name is Delilah Ramirez, and I'm a first grader student.
Okay. With recent discussions about potential changes affecting these schools, I wanted to share why I felt it was essential to keep them open. I understand your guys' concerns about declining enrollment and reduced funding, but I believe we must keep the students' best interest at heart instead of taking any easy way out. I watched classmates from my elementary school, Ruskin, go on to Ivy League colleges and top-tier UCs. Berryessa is a place where students are given opportunities and pathways to success, and I know it can continue to be that place if we make thoughtful decisions. So going back to the point you guys said earlier, I really do like the idea of added benefits because it brings attraction to the schools. I'm very glad I didn't attend a private school because I feel I got way more resources from Berryessa than I would have got anywhere else. Most people want to send their kids to these schools because they feel that these benefits are better than a private school for less cost for them, and that'll allocate more money to you guys and the district. So as a political science student, I also want to call attention to a recent bill introduced to eliminate the U.S. Department of Education. One of these biggest impacts was shifting K through 12 education funding directly to the states through block grants. So while this may sound promising, such funding often falls short of meeting the schools and communities' needs. So while I urge you to make the right decision about the future of our schools, please consider not only short fixes, but long-term effects for students, families, and the community as a whole. Wait till they go.
So we learned about Johnny Appleseed, and also we go to the science lab, and my favorite thing is about the science lab, the water cycle. And if they close Ruskin and there's a shiny park, and I will be so sad.
Thank
you both. Thank you both for those comments. Next speaker is Jennifer Wen.
Hi, my name is Jennifer, and I'm a Ruskin parent. Ruskin is ranking as one of the top in the district for academics. Data from the state indicates that students perform 8% higher in math and 30% higher in reading tests compared to the district average for students exceeding state benchmarks. Ruskin ranks among the top in public and private. Last year, Ruskin #1 overall in the Silicon Valley Math League, beating out private schools like Harker and Challenger. In addition, programs like the Science Lab further make it a competitive alternative to nearby private schools. These achievements make Ruskin not only an asset to the district, but also a critical factor for families deciding between public and private education. Additionally, Ruskin's on-campus after-school program, Sunshine, offers extended hours and activities such as sports, arts, and language. This unique offering supports working parents and enhances Ruskin's appeal compared to private schools. Data from the last meeting showed only 60% of students born within the district boundaries enroll in district schools, 40% presumed to be attending private schools. The student density map that was presented shows that most of the dense areas are where the top performing schools are, and it further supports that perhaps families are choosing private within district boundaries are because of their home school doesn't perform to their family standards. Closing Ruskin would push families out of the public system and further decrease enrollment. High-performing schools like Ruskin are essential for retaining working-class families who would prefer not to pay tuition. If the district wants to grow and maintain enrollment, Ruskin must remain open. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Kaye Yan.
My name is Kai Yan. I'm a Ruskin and Sierra Mountain mom. I know many friends and neighbors who send their children to private schools, but I was still shocked by the number our demographer presented at November's board meeting. More than 60% of students attending Stratford Milpitas School are from our district. That's about 400 students. And Stratford is just one example. We have many other private schools nearby, but it wasn't always like this. Only 7 years ago, about 90% of our kids attended the public school, and today the number dropped to about 60%. Parents chose private school not because they believe those schools are perfect solution for their children's education. Most of those families are working class, and tuition are heavy burden to them as well. They chose private school because public schools have disappointed him because they feel that our district don't care about what they care about. So if we continue to make poor decisions right now, the enrollment will for sure decline even further. When more kids leave public school, the ones who suffer the most are those who have no choice but to stay. Fewer students means less funding for our schools, and those who have to stay are left with fewer resources and opportunities. And my last sentence, I think all parents care about the quality of their children's education, regardless of socioeconomic status.
Thank you for those comments. Next card I have is Cherrywood Teachers.
We are the Cherrywood teachers. I'm the third grade MI teacher. I'm Ms. Wang.
I am a K1 teacher. My name is Sylvia Chan.
Okay, we would like to thank you for our school's district support. Cherrywood is the only school in the district with a positive enrollment change rate. We have the second highest enrollment in the school district and the third highest utilization. We are one of the top 2 academically performing school based on state priorities. We have the highest transfer in numbers and one of the lowest transfer out numbers. So talk about attracting more students and parents to come to our Berryessa School District. I do believe at Cherrywood, it's like a magnet. We attract a lot of positive learning students and parents who really want to come to Berryessa School to study, okay? And aside from the above that I said, one of the most important things to consider is it has been taking years and years of hard work to establish a bilingual teaching model with the one-on-one switch class at every grade level, and an integrated bilingual curriculum that requires enhanced collaboration between the English and Mandarin teachers within and across grade levels. The logistical and financial challenges in relocating the entire program and re-implementing it effectively elsewhere include moving or retaining teaching partners at each grade level cannot be underestimated, putting the district in a position of restarting the process with new teachers, creating a greater financial burden.
So with the district's support with our managed immersion program, we were able to win and receive a lot of national wide recognition. And so we also are very proud of our managed immersion parent advisory council and our home and school association, who's had very established, strong community with engaging parents. So we wanted to
10 seconds
thank
to
you for your
finish your
support.
thought, Ms. Chan. 10
Okay,
seconds
thank
more.
you. That's okay.
Okay,
It's okay.
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your.
Thank you for your support.
Next speaker will be Lily from Ruskin. It just says Lily, I don't have a last name, sorry.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Lily, and I'm a proud parent of 2 students in Ruskin. So 8 years ago, my family moved to this community because of the excellent reputation of Ruskin and Sierra Mount. Their reputation was built through years of hard work and dedication through educators, students, parents, and the entire community. Today, my children are thriving at Ruskin, both academically and socially. The school has met and exceeded our every expectation, and we are grateful for that. However, we are facing the challenge as many families in our district now choose private schools in recent years. While some simply believe private school offers a better education, many others still value public schools and would happily choose top-performing public schools for great education with free tuition if they are given such opportunity. So I urge the district to strengthen, to invest, and to promote your top schools as magnets and making enrollment more flexible to attract students from both in and outside the district, keeping the public education strong. On the opposite, if a top school like Ruskin were closed, instead of solving the financial problem in the short term, it will cause both short-term and long-term negative effects to the district. On the short term, we may immediately lose students to private school because many families simply wouldn't risk the quality of education in face of uncertainties. On the long term, the insignificance of hard-earned academic reputation in the school closure decision-making process will damage the overall reputation of BUSD, making it harder to attract and retain families, harming the enrollment for years to come. So in conclusion, please fully consider the immense value of Ruskin and Sierra Mount to our school district and to the future of our children and community. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, excuse me. Next speaker is Karen Kamiska. I said your name right the last time. I messed up
did.
this
No,
time, I'm
it's-
sorry.
It's about as good as I get it. Thank you. And thank you all for coming out this evening and for giving us as a community another opportunity to talk. I think it's been really helpful, at least from my perspective, to see the additional data and thought process that's going in behind that. So I really appreciate that. I know we've talked a lot and I've been up here in front of you all before. I really just want to remind you all that in the past, you chose Cherrywood as the source for your Mandarin program, and you chose it because of its good location, the ease of access to multiple communities to come and drop off children, to pick off children, for the ability for it to house many, many students. My children aren't personally in the Mandarin program, but we still can see the benefit of that across the community. And it's really built a strong school environment for our children to learn in. The Mandarin program and its dual pairing is kind of an important part of that program and its success. So I would urge you to consider that and the success that it brings our district in as far as drawing in children, bringing positive enrollment to our group. So please consider preserving Cherrywood and preserving that Mandarin immersion program, which is going so strong. It would be a real shame if in all of this disruption, we hurt one of the things that is going so strongly for our district. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Alex.
Hello, my name is Alexander Hasimski. My daughter goes to Cherrywood. Oops, sorry. Can you hear me now? So what I wanted to tell you, board, is I would urge you to look outside the 5 schools that were selected. I disagree with the fact that the committee did a good job. It was not at all clear what criteria was selected in especially ranking these schools that were given. I thought the whole point of this was it was supposed to be about money. A lot of the schools, or at least some of the schools that were not on that list, seem to be spending a lot of money per student. And now that I look at some of your new data as well, so that's just an example. Brooktree has a huge drop in utilization, and there was nowhere even on the list. And from your own data, it showed that it's spending quite a bit more money per student than all the ones that are on the list. So I would just urge you to take a second look at all the schools and not just pigeonhole yourself in the ones that the committee selected. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Sheldon.
I'm sorry. Well, hi, everyone. Thank you all for the work you're all doing in this difficult time. So, I'm a parent who just this past year put my kids in Cherrywood School, actually. So I thought I'd talk about 2 things, 2 C's maybe. One is community and one is competition. On the community side, as a parent put my kids in Cherrywood for the first time, by the way, we moved from Stratford, so we have some experience in selecting private schools. One of the things we wanted to do was just to see what the public school system had to offer, and we met with a lot of people at Cherrywood before putting our kids there. And so far, so good. So, I have to say, one of the great things about Cherrywood is the community aspect. They've, over the years, put a lot of work into developing a very, very strong community that extends, I think, beyond our very local region across the district. The Home and School Club, the teachers, the students, we found all very good. So that's one on the community aspect. So for us, that's been a plus coming from a private school. And the other thing I'd say is I was encouraged to hear some more discussion about specialized programs. And the reason I mentioned competition is because, earlier on I heard a lot about demographics. And, I don't want to say that's not an issue. It's definitely an issue. Everybody needs to have more kids, I suppose. But on the other hand, there's competition. So it's not true that that's the only issue. I mean, Stratford is building more schools in the area. And so I think as a school district, the school districts need to understand how do you compete effectively And it seems to me, one way to do that is through specialized programs. My kids are not in the Mandarin immersion program, but you can expect that that is a draw. The other would be like what some of you have been talking about today is a specialized STEAM program. So, my view is that keep the programs that are working, look at really how to implement new programs that can also be an attractant to the region. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Kim No.
Hi, I only have a few words. I'll be quick. Just reflections on the last couple months. We, the Ruskin Sierra Mount community, have put efforts to collaborate with the schools within our district and for awareness. And in the process, we reached out to all the schools to unify our voice. And so we aligned efforts to support our schools for many months now because we all love and we care for our schools deeply. And I don't think any of us can imagine our communities without our schools. So I know others have already brought up our permanent science lab, our test scores, Ruskin Fit program, our math league competition results, and our outstanding teachers and staff. So I don't want to repeat any of that. I just want to tell you that I truly believe Ruskin has the secret sauce that makes our school irreplaceable. My oldest is just a first grader. I have two younger than her, and I still continue to learn about the accomplishments and accolades that Ruskin has achieved over its time. I have found Ruskin to be inclusive and diverse, and more than that, just immensely supportive as a community. We all want the best for our kids, and we hope that you, the board, have listened to the numerous great points that all the parents have brought up, the teachers and the community. I'm encouraged by the dialogue and discussion, so please continue to dig deep and continue to ask those questions before you make your decisions. I'm just hoping for as smooth a transition for anyone that is affected. And so at the end of the day, if there are ways for you to help us be reassured that our kids' best interest is your top priority in your decision-making process, I would just appreciate that and your time and your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Steve Chang. Steve Chang. It's two of you walking up. Oh.
Hi, good evening. Thank you once again for giving us the opportunity to speak to you. Be kind, be respectful, be responsible, be safe. These are the phrases that our children memorize at Cherrywood Elementary School, right? It takes a lot to heart. I wish as adults we could learn a lot from them and continue to learn from them, right? I want to speak on behalf of Cherrywood because of its super strong community, right? We actually are very inclusive and have students from all walks of life, right? We have students that are pretty privileged, also students who are homeless, and students who qualify for free reduced meals. What do I know that? Well, there's data, but I know it because I've spent numerous hours volunteering, right? Whether it's at our STEAM night or chaperoning for field trips, et cetera. So what you have here is we have an institution here that's performing really well. It has one of the highest enrollment rates, right? It continually grows. And actually we have, according to the data, very good utilization rate, but the capacity to take more. So I think at Cherrywood, we are welcoming of students into our school, right? It's taken 7 years of really hard work, right? I don't think it's fair to separate or divide or split the data between what's at Cherrywood versus MI, non-MI, because, well, the data for the last 7 years speak for themselves, right? And I sincerely but respectfully disagree with board members who say that they looked at the data from the committee, the consulting committee. That's incorrect data, right? And there's a lot of data to refute the consulting firm on that. So in closing, I would say, hey, we've worked together really hard. By we, I mean the school, the staff, and the parents, the community. This is what makes up our community, right? We have something going really well. My kids they tell me it doesn't make any sense to close Cherrywood. I agree. If you look at the data, Cherrywood makes a lot of dollars and cents, right? That's just from the business angle. But again, we're here for our children. We're here for education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Nina. Nina from Ruskin and Sierra.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I am a community member and I live close to Ruskin and Sierra, so I'm going to be speaking on behalf of these two schools. One of the things that I want to reiterate is I spend a lot of time, I work from home, I spend a lot of time walking the neighborhood, meeting new neighbors, and I have found that in the last, since COVID hit, there are a lot of young couples who have moved into my area. So these are people who are planning to have kids. They've moved specifically for Ruskin and Sierra. I know this. I've been to the open houses, right? That's the reason why a lot of these couples, either people with young children or no kids, they're moving specifically for these schools. So I think the one thing that we need to be really cognizant of is that while we may see a shift in enrollment right now, that doesn't mean that people aren't coming, that in the next 2 to 3 years or 4 years that you're not going to see those students come to these schools. The second thing that I want to reiterate, and I think a lot of people have talked about this, is that I think the school district has been a little bit behind the 8 ball when it comes to creating competitive programs. When I went to Ruskin and Sierra, the only competition was probably St. Victor's, right? And maybe some other random private schools, right? But you didn't have Stratford, you didn't have Challenger, you didn't have Maryhill, you didn't have all these other schools. And in order to compete effectively, these public schools are going to have to create more programs, right? I think that's what it boils down to. It might not have been the case 20 or 30 years ago, but that is the case today, and that's what families are expecting. And I think it behooves us to create those programs because I grew up in a household where we couldn't afford to go to private school. And that's the case for a lot of families. They want a good quality education for their children, but maybe they don't have $25,000 a year to send their kids to Stratford. And so we need to really have those academically challenging programs, whether it's the science lab, whether it's other programs that we create so that BSUD has that competitive edge. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Tengfei Zhao.
Dear members of the BUSD, I'm Jeffrey Chow. I'm the father of 2 daughters that attend Cherrywood. They are in the immersion program. I don't envy your position. You guys have an important decision to make that's going to impact all of our community. The budget deficit is a looming issue that takes precedent, and I understand that. I feel like I've gone through the 5 stages of grief at this point, and continuing to reflect on what we are facing as a community with the deficit, with lower enrollment, with stagnant funding. It ultimately brings me back to the decision-making process and the rationale of this decision, right? In spite of declining enrollment, Cherrywood is one of the only schools to have increased year over year, and they have capacity to continue to increase. And if enrollment numbers are a critical factor, then Cherrywood is the wrong school to close. I can understand the rationalization behind taking the immersion program and moving it somewhere else. I've spoken to my kids' teachers. They've worked lockstep at the infrastructure in Cherrywood, and they've told me that if you move the program, you kill the program because they partner with the English teachers. So if you move them, they have to start over from square one. That's 7 years of work that's undone. I'm against closing any school. I understand I'm trying to be realistic about it. And I need to harp on the fact that I think closing Cherrywood is the wrong school, and you're killing a golden goose. You guys talked about making schools and having schools that attract members of our community. Cherrywood is that school. And one small anecdote, we did a poll a week before Thanksgiving, 136 responses, 80% in favor of increasing the parcel tax by $60 to save all schools. So there's something for you guys to think about.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Chen Feng. Chen Feng.
Good evening. My name is Fan Chen, and I'm from Ruskin Elementary School. And this is my son, Alexander Chen. He's a little shy, but he is the third grade school student in Ruskin Elementary. So we are standing here is because we really want to voice the thought from as a parents, as a proud parents of Ruskin Elementary. So school is always about learning, and I definitely see this from Ruskin Elementary. When 2,000 years ago, there is a mother, single mother in China. She moved 3 times for her son to get a better environment, to get better education. And her son, which is Meng Zi, became one of the most famous politicians and educator in Chinese history. He is as famous as Confucius. Okay, so as a parents of the modern society, we are always work so hard to be able to provide our children a better education. So we moved to the Ruskin School District, right? Actually, it's not exactly because it's Berryessa district, but it belongs to Ruskin. And we took our son out from Challenger, which is a private school, because we think Ruskin can provide a better education than the private school. It's not because we cannot afford it, but we think this is a better choice. And I joined the PTA in Ruskin. I feel so many people are really like a family. Raise your hands up, my family. So please, this is really about family, and closing it is breaking us up. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Jeffrey Chow. Jeffrey Chow. Oh, sorry. No, I thought he was Feng Chen. Oh, that's Jeffrey Chow. No, that is Feng Chen. This is Jeffrey Chow.
Good evening, board members. My name is Teng Fei. I'm a parent of 3 children attending Ruskin and Xuemang. Today, I urge the board members to consider the long-term impact and sustainability when making decisions about which schools to close. So it is unfortunate that our school district is facing financial difficulties, and we must make tough decisions. However, we need to ensure that we do not find ourselves in the same situation again in 5 years. So we must consider the messages our decisions sent to the community and the future families. According to the data presented by the demographer at the November board meeting, the future of our school districts looks bleak if we do not take the correct actions. The kindergarten enrollment ratio has dropped from 90% to 64% in 5 years. And about 60% of Stratford students come from our district. Not to mention those 2 challenger very Christian school and Milpitas Christian schools. So we need to focus on attracting and retaining students in our schools. Closing top performing schools like Ruskin and Sierra Mount sends a message to the community that we do not care about education quality. This will result in losing more existing students and attracting fewer new ones. Additionally, we will be taking away opportunities from low-income families to access high-quality education because they cannot afford private schools. So please do not make decisions solely to get by this financial hardship temporarily. Consider the long-term implications for our school districts and community. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Eli from Somerville. Eli? Eli is there.
I am Eli, a third grader. The first time I went to Somerville, I was sad, but I made some friends on the second day. I was not sad on the third day. I made at least 5 friends. Soon I got enough friends, and I realized that was Somerville store. So keep Somerville open for people can make enough friends. Please don't forget about the students like me at Somerville. Please do not forget our amazing teachers and the principal. The phrases of Somerville is stay safe, treat others with kindness, act responsibly, and be respectful. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Eli's mom. I wanted to thank you guys for reading my letter. And I just wanted to say that as Eli's mom, I know that my family, my kids are going to be okay because I'm very involved. But I volunteer at the school and I see the parents who cannot be involved because they're working 2 and 3 jobs. And it shows because they're not here. You know, all of these parents who are at these schools are not here because they are busy and they don't have the opportunity. So I just want to speak for some of the Title I moms who are not able to make it to say, don't put all the Title I schools in one school and then put a Band-Aid on it and call it STEAM. Because all you're doing is you're hiding these kids and you're making them into a poster child for something that it's not. If you have the resources to help them, why aren't you doing it right now? Why are you going to wait till next year? These students need help right now, which it just blows my mind how that's the thought process when these kids deserve a lot better than what you guys were discussing up there.
Thank you. Go ahead. I'll give you 30 seconds.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for listening to us and reading our letters and hearing our voices. I'm also a parent at Somerville Elementary. I represent Somerville. I've been in the PTA. My children have gone to the school since I have a kinder. I have a third grader who just ran for student council president. You don't hear that a lot with other schools that have been doing it. She was the only third grader that ran and actually won against the 4th and 5th graders. We're doing great things at the school. We have great teachers and staff. Eli here that just did. He's been with my girls at Somerville for the longest time, and we've all become a close family. And we might not have a fancy science lab or other things, but we do have friendly staff, loving teachers, caring parents, and a great community. So please save our school. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Susan Lee.
Thank you. My name is Susan Lee, and my child goes to Ruskin, went to Ruskin, is now at Ceramont. I actually really welcome new specialized programs like the STEAM Academy at Piedmont, if that could happen. Even if it's a big Title I school, if the STEAM Academy succeeds, I would really consider moving my child from Ceramont to Piedmont for that academy. What doesn't make sense is to try to elevate Piedmont Middle with the STEAM Academy, but close the existing top schools like Ruskin and Ceramont. Next, I want to talk about converting one of the middle schools to K through 8. Like I said, my child used to go to a private K through 8 school, and we liked it. I think it's fine as long as the elementary school kids and the middle school kids are kept separate. Piedmont Middle has 2 gyms. That makes it a lot easier than Ceramont, which has a very small gym. 1 gym. Also, I want to address traffic safety. We bought a house so my child could walk to Ceramont. And shockingly, even though it's a residential area, it's actually very dangerous because I really would like the board to drive to both Piedmont and Ceramont. Because it's a residential area and there's no crossing guards, no traffic control, no traffic lights, parents actually do U-turns all the time. parents cross the crosswalk, even though kids are crossing the crosswalk. I almost got hit by a car because, and I'm experienced, I had to slam on the hood of the car to get it to stop, and it stopped right here. So imagine if it was a child who does not have the experience to recognize the car was not going to stop. I actually drove to Piedmont because I actually thought that the traffic here driving to school would be worse. But here, there's actually controlled one-way traffic flow, which Seremont does not have. And so I was actually able to leave school after a fake drop-off faster than at Seremont, which all the drivers have to exit off Hofstadter, and they run into crossing guards at crosswalks, and there's no controlled safety there. So please consider the traffic issues that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Asia. Asia Mounzi. Hi.
Thank you. My name is Asia. I have a second grader at Cherrywood Elementary in the Mandarin Immersion Program. The MI program is a wonderful program, and it's the only thing drawing student enrollment in the district. Closing the school that's a magnet for enrollment while being worried about declining enrollment is only going to make enrollment worse. Our family actually transfers from out of the school district. We don't speak Mandarin at home, but we still commute from Milpitas to join this program. We wanted our son to be in a dual immersion program, and we debated attending a Spanish immersion program at our public Milpitas school and ultimately chose the MI program at Cherrywood. The prospect of having the program we chose torn apart is very disappointing. Also, Cherrywood is the most convenient location in the Berryessa Union School District for us to travel to since it's near the freeway and not buried in a neighborhood. Chinese is my son's favorite subject, even though math comes easily to him and English is the only language he's grown up with. This is due to the phenomenal teachers and strongly involved home and school club with their many enriching activities at Cherrywood. The other Chinese heritage students help him in Chinese and he helps them in their math or English. They all learn so much from each other. Adding English-only students from other schools to Cherrywood would be helpful so that each level can return to having 2 equal classes of Mandarin and English classes. All of their lessons are very integrated. Last week, he was learning about matter, solids, liquids, and gases, and he sang me a song about it in both Mandarin and in English because he learned it in Chinese, but it was written on a poster on the wall of his English class. You cannot split up our school. You would need to move all of the students together. This is an amazing program, and it has been so neat to watch him go from 0 Mandarin to where he is at in only 2.5 years. Please don't close Cherrywood and halt this program's amazing progress.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is it Natanya? Natanya, can you help me spell? Is it H or B? Yeah. Well, let's see. All right.
Hello. Hello, board members. I'm Natanya Osbo, a student here at Piedmont Middle. I'm speaking because this idea, consolidation, will not help anyone. I believe that the idea of merging with an elementary won't help. It would hurt our students, staff, and teachers that worked hard to get here. There will be many challenges through this decision. Teachers who work hard would be affected. Teachers may need additional training to get the differences between younger and older students and their learning levels. This would be a struggle, especially for everything to happen so sudden. Merging would also affect students deeply. I don't think it's suitable for older and younger students to be in the same campus. The age differences would impact many students' lives. Many may be imitated. Merging this school would not only disrupt our way of learning and campus culture, but also result in the loss of community hub, a place of learning, and a significant impact on both our staff and students. The halls of Piedmont Middle School echo with the voices of countless students who have walked through them, each leaving their mark and taking a piece of the school with them in their hearts. Let us please keep the Lancer spirit alive and ensure that Piedmont Middle School continues to have the spirit we've always had for generations to come. This school is more than just a building. It's my school home and for many. a place where we've built memories that will last a lifetime. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you so much for those comments. Next speaker is Christian Nevarez.
Hello,
Hello.
my name is Christian Navarez. I'm the ASB president here at Piedmont Middle School. I'm speaking today because I deeply care about what our school and the people inside of it. The plan to combine the schools doesn't sit right with me. I know you guys think it will help, but I don't think it will. I think it will hurt our students and staff more. Our district motto is Pathway to the Future, but how does this align with this? How can you say we're building a pathway to the future if we're tearing down the foundation of our community? Piedmont Middle isn't just a school to me, it's my second home. It's where I've made lifelong friends, grown as a person, and had the chance to lead and make a difference. Combining this school wouldn't just affect our education, it would tear apart the bonds that we have made over the years. What about our teachers? They are more than just educators. They are our mentors, role models, and the ones who inspire us to aim higher. I can't imagine losing the teachers who supported me and many others. If this plan moves forward, many of them will have to leave and start over somewhere else. That's not fair to them for all they have done for us. This isn't about the students here now, it's about the future. What will the kids who come after us do? Will they have a school where they feel safe, valued, and connected? Schools like Piedmont Middle are the hearts of our community. And taking away that would only be devastating for all of us. Have you seen the traffic here at Piedmont? It is very congested and scary. The plan to double the traffic here, adding small children into the equation is a recipe for disaster. The traffic here at Piedmont is so bad, I even seen a teacher get hit during drop-off. If this board is really concerned about the money, then the reconfiguration cost for Piedmont Middle is $4 to $7 million.
Let's take 2 minutes.
Which is much higher than Piedmont Middle, which is about $2 million. And it would take a whole lot less time according to the schematics that the board has published.
Thank you for your comments. 2 minutes. Thank you so much for your comments. Next speaker is Ann Chu.
Good evening. My name is Connor. I'm a fourth grader at Cherrywood Elementary School. It will be sad if some of these schools close down, and it will be sad for some teachers to lose their teaching job, and also it will be really crowded at schools if we merge them.
I'm speaking on behalf as a parent, the founding member of MyPAC, as well as the former HSC president, as many of you know, also the current school librarian. One point I want to touch on that was talked about on data points earlier, regarding the homeschool, actually as a parent, when we sign the contract to join the program, we forego our homeschool and so we longer do not return. Therefore, if a student is a part of the program and come to Cherrywood, if they decide to no longer be a part of it, they actually remain at Cherrywood. So in terms of numbers, they've kind of have now become a part of Cherrywood, even if they're not a part of the program. In terms of enrollment costs, I see that neighboring school districts are opening similar programs to mirror this. And so to stay competitive, I think we need to keep ourselves at our advantage with the 7-year gain that we have ahead of these other programs. And so we don't want to see the loss that we have made. Many have iterated tonight that the SEAL program that the model of the teachers use has taken the years to develop and to form these relationships and bonds. And so it's not really just a portable, let's pick up this program and move it elsewhere. So taking in consideration how nationally recognized, how locally we've been recognized, I hope you strongly consider that we can keep the program intact and keep Cherrywood open. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Cassandra Pham. Cassandra Pham.
Hello, everybody. My name is Cassandra Pham, and I'm an 8th grader here at Piedmont and an ASB Spirit Leader. I've been a student in the Berryessa Union School District for 8 years and have developed a strong love for our community. Piedmont Middle School is a place where I constantly see growth, love, and support. Because of this school, I've met people who have stuck by my side through thick and thin, and I've made friendships that have lasted me a lifetime. Because of the school, I met teachers who inspire me to persevere and always dream big. Because of the school, I am the person I am here today. Every day, I come and watch connections be built in an environment that's meant to be lasting forever. This school has been a part of shaping many lives throughout our district and even some of our own faculty members. When people look back at their time here, I know they'll feel a sense of comfort. It's what I'll feel when I reflect on my last 3 years here. The reason why I felt this comfort was the fact that I've been around people my own age, facing the same experiences. We were all preteens learning about ourselves and how to handle life. A K-8 would disrupt this process for many people like me. Children deserve a school experience where they are comfortable and on the same level with the people they are around. This configuration with the campus at Piedmont would merge children with different age groups, which would not be appropriate. Whereas a school like Sierramont has a layout that can create hubs for separate grade levels, it would create a more beneficial K-8 plan. If this board were concerned about the money, then the cost to reconfigure Piedmont would be $4 to $7 million, which is much higher than Sierramont of about $2 million. In addition, it would take a whole lot less time, according to the schematics that you have published. Merging Piedmont would uproot relationships and connections established. It would erase history, memories, growth, and community. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Ampi Mahmood. Is that what it is? It says Ampi Mahmood. Oh, there you go.
Hi, good evening. This is my first time to attend this kind of a meeting. So, and I'm actually a little bit of sad in what the agenda is all about. So the agenda is about closure of schools. So I'm actually thinking, why don't we have an option D? No closure. Make it like, do we have other alternatives that we can think of instead of just closure? Because I only found out about this today, that these are the agenda, this is the agenda. All closures, no other alternatives. I live in the area of Ruskin and Sierramont. I actually just live across Ruskin. My children studied at Ruskin and Sierramont, and of course, eventually, they studied at Piedmont Hills High School. These are all high-performing schools, and my children are actually now in a better place. They are all engineers because of their foundation. And the foundation is Ruskin and Sierramont, high-performing schools. And because they are actually close to Piedmont Hills High School, all of them actually are high-performing schools. If any of those are going to be closed, what are we losing? We're losing high-performing schools that eventually will also raise our high school, which is Piedmont Hills High School. Any of these schools, if they're closed, what are we going to have in the future? Future of our kids, future of my grandkids. And that is what I'm here for. So I'm hoping that I'm giving you some insights. And if any way we can help in terms of getting that alternative in a business process way, re-engineering way, like in a corporation, feel free. I will be happy to be part of it, to look into alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Caroline Guam. It's Caroline. 1.
Good evening, everyone. This is Caroline, a sixth grader from Sierramont Middle School and a Ruskin alumni. I have lived in this area since I was born. I love this friendly community which was full of harmony, safety, and diversity. Today, I am going to give a big thanks to Ruskin and Sierramont for supporting us children to grow into a better person. First, thanks to Ruskin for helping us kids for having a vision of being a global citizen. This summer, in my promotion speech, I used 6 different languages that I learned from my friends at school to greet everyone, and now I'm going to do it again. Hola, konnichiwa, xin magandang umaga, 안녕하세요, 大家好, and hello. In this way, I just want to say, every single child matters, every family matters, and every single race or culture matters. And of course, Ruskin and Sierramont matter. Today, I also brought 2 things to share with you. First, this is a national champion shirt from the Math League. There are a total of 175 schools on it, and Ruskin is one of them. And I also brought this one, which it shows 2024 National Championships, second place, Sweepstakes, Division 5. I am so proud of us Ruskin kids, not only because of our success in academic achievement, but also our fabulous teamwork. I am happy that we trusted each other and used effective strategies to overcome different challenges from qualification level, district level, state level, and finally the national championships. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for your comments. Good job. Next speaker is Dan Zhu.
Good evening, everyone. This is Demi from Sierramont Middle School. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts. I'm so proud of our Ruskin and Sierramont kids who are willing to learn and welcome all cultures of the community. I'm so proud of our parents and teachers who are willing to participate in every activity to engage our kids in school. We are not Title I schools and got the least funding, but we had always been the top performing schools. If it is a business, it is worth it to keep treating Ruskin and Sierramont as role models and welcome more students who are interested in joining in. According to the survey about how parents choose schools for their children if Ruskin or Sierramont is closed, the data showed that our school district may lose hundreds of children. And actually, lots of our friends have already thought about private schools that provide more advanced and challenging classes. Yes, private schools are available for certain families, but we still need to advocate for low-income families and the families with multiple kids in our Ruskin and Sierramont community. Berryessa used to be a great school district. I really hope that we can achieve our goals together by value learning and the real good education systems. Thanks.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Shauna Brewer. Shauna, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm guessing I'm one of the last because I wasn't going to speak and I put my card in pretty late. So hopefully I'm not between you and going home. I'm Shauna Brewer. I was actually on the committee. I'm a parent of a Noble student. a Piedmont Middle student. I grew up here. I went to school, Noble, Piedmont Middle, Piedmont High School. I also am unique in that I have one kid that did PPP at Noble and one kid that did not. I had one kid that went to St. John Vianney for kinder when we couldn't go to Noble. There wasn't room. And I also considered going back there when I didn't think we could get back to Noble after COVID. So I've weighed all the odds. Something I've learned is that every school is so special. And all these parents here love their school. They're so involved. We have a very high presence of some schools. And as one of our parents said, those that are not here, there's a reason. We have some schools that we're targeting that are Title I. That being said, I'm so supportive of a K-8 here. I think it's a wonderful idea. I'm uncomfortable with consolidating Title I schools in one place for the reasons that have been mentioned. But I'm very nervous. Wow. And those would tell you I'm not a quiet voice on this committee. This is the most nervous they've probably heard my voice. Summerdale was not on my list. I wasn't super excited about that idea, even though I've never attended that school. My kids don't go there. But what I learned is their PBIS program is very strong. And the work that's been done at this school in the last year that I've seen, my daughter's in 8th grade, has been a complete turnaround with the PBIS program. So I have full confidence in the leadership that's going to help bring a K-8. I also believe that when you have a parent community that starts from K to 5th, it carries over if that school is still intact for 6 through 8. Whereas when we move, it's harder to stay involved. So I just wanted to share that with you. I have other thoughts, but I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Jordan Nash.
Hello, my name is Jordan Nash. And my name is Ava White. We are student athletes and a part of the music department here at Piedmont. My family purchased their home years ago because of the highly rated schools, but these ratings have significantly dropped since. I understand the importance of saving money and reducing schools, but you also have to think about the students and parents involved in this. If the rating drops, most parents are going to want to move their children out and into other schools or go private. Now, not all parents can switch up their daily life schedules or afford private because you guys want to change things. Here at Piedmont, we barely have enough resources for the students, and adding on students will start decreasing them. Also, looking at the map for Piedmont, it looks very decompacted but compacted, with more classes for elementary students, when there's clearly way more class periods for middle schoolers. While looking at Sierra Mont's layout, it looks more like an elementary school layout. How will making this change affect the classrooms we use for our clubs, music, and after-school sports here at Piedmont? How will it affect the special ed classes? How will you try to fit all of these kids and not think about the ones who need more help? It seemed to us that students and parents, that the board members are only interested in saving money and not saving our child's future education and attitude problems produced from older children. We want the best for everyone.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Shu Chang Liu.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm a childhood parent, and I want to thank all the committee and board members for your effort. We understand that the district is facing some difficulties, but we still want to express our concerns. To our parents, Cherrywood is a very good school with a group of great faculty and a great principal. Who they emphasize the academic, the student development and support many academic and enrichment activities. As a parent, we feel very confident to have our kids in this school. I know that there are a lot of reasons we don't want to close Cherrywood, and many of them have been emphasized by the previous speakers. So here I only want to put one question to the board. Since we all know the Mandarin immersion program is a very unique infrastructure as a whole, and it includes 377 students due to this report. So in our opinion, to maintain the structure and moving the whole program means moving all the almost 400 students and all the Mandarin immersion teachers together. Therefore, based on the report, we noticed that whether or not we keep the K3 model, none of the elementary and middle school have enough space to hold this almost 400 students. So we hope our superintendent and all the board members take this into consideration and don't close Cherrywood. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Eddie Cora. Eddie Cora. Yeah, gotcha.
Good evening, fellow board members. I'm a parent who sends their child to a K-8 school. I have two children who, we live right here. We have two homes, and when we're deciding, it was between Ruskin and Noble, but we decided to send our child to a K-8 dual immersion Spanish program. And I will tell you, I was hesitant about sending my child to a K-8. Having sent my child through a K-8 is awesome because my older kids did not mature too fast. You get little kids looking up to the older kids as role models, and then you see the older kids not behaving like middle kids, being positive role models to the other kids. So that's personally, I think that converting one of the middle schools to a K-8 model is actually the way to go. Ideally, I think, personally, we just live 2 blocks away. Piedmont Middle School is the ideal location because it's the least disruptive. You have Toyon is only 1 block away, and you got Summerdale 3 blocks away. From a traffic perspective, what you end up doing here is you have the little kids arrive later because you want to make sure there's space and parking. And all those things you can manage. Now, the important thing here is do not touch any program that's going to give you growth. And the reality, the only 2 programs that will give you growth is your Mandarin program. If you do not, if you keep the Mandarin program, I encourage the Cherrywood schools, parents, to be the drivers to get another cohort because you are the best recruiters. There's no other schools around here. I'm doing the Spanish ones. There's a lot of competition. So if you stay together, then help the district by growing it. The other one, don't touch your high-performing schools. That is what's going to keep you, and it's going to keep parents not sending their kids to other schools. So do the best thing you can do, but the reality is don't touch where your growth is because people are not having children. And third, don't touch your high performers because that is what's going to have your parents stay here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments. The final speaker tonight is Teshmita. Oh.
My name is Teshmita. I'm a 4th grade student at Cherrywood. I feel very sad about the idea of our school closing and moving to a new one. I love my teachers. Moving to a new school makes things difficult, harder for me. Our teachers have been so important in helping us learn and grow. It would be difficult without them. I kindly ask you think about the decision closing Cherrywood. Thanks for listening to me.
Thank you. Good job.
So one thing I would like to bring to board notice is like Cherrywood is one of the schools which is able to attract the students, not just within Berryessa School District. there are good number of students who are coming and joining Cherrywood because of MA program, which is quite successful, which has been there from past 7 years. So, and whatever the enrollment, future enrollment prediction is probably much higher in Cherrywood than whatever currently we are predicting, because likely some of the students from other area who are not staying in Berryessa district also will likely join Cherrywood in the future. So I would like to request board to consider this while consolidating the schools. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, and those are all the public comments we have. The board will take a short break, 5 minutes. the board is ready, we can restart our meeting. Yep, all right. Okay, so we will circle back to review and discussion about the school consolidation closure study session. So what have we learned after this? What other questions do we have? We did talk extensively about possibly converting Piedmont to K8, consolidating Toyon, possibly consolidating Toyon and Summerdale here. That gave us two schools. Talk about we need one additional school, and from the list we have Ruskin and Cherrywood, and what else? Lakeview. As the three other schools that we need to discuss how we structure that. Thoughts, comments from the questions from the board on that? First of all, are we still comfortable with the K8 model for Piedmont, or do you have a change of heart, change of opinion?
Well, I want to know what other options are in terms of consolidation. Middle schools, whether it be at Piedmont, what other elementary schools could be an option, or at Sierramont, what schools would be an option?
Right.
I am in agreement. I'm fine really with consolidating Toyon and Summerdale, the Piedmont Middle. It's the other two that I have to really think about all of the possibilities of the other two schools, two elementary schools.
And as a board, do we want to limit to the list, to the 5 schools on the list? Or do we want to consider schools that weren't on the committee's recommendation list?
Let's hear it. Let's hear your thoughts. But we don't need to. I mean, we can definitely see what else makes sense if it does. What are your thoughts, Trustee Jimenez?
Oh, my thoughts are everything's on the table.
Do you have any one particular site in mind that you're thinking about?
No, but I don't want to, limit to say, although it makes it more difficult, right? And it might be more time consuming to consider everything, but I want to make sure we're thorough in considering every option.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, if we were to expand the list one more time to all the school sites, I think we should maybe pick out different criteria and then look at it that way, like look at school capacity again, school utilization rates, and re-rank them as a possibility. But, I'm a little more comfortable with sticking with what we have selected just because I know the committee had a long process on it. But if board members are open to looking at the other schools again, we can definitely do that, but just keeping it to the elementary school sites. But yeah, we would just have to rehash and re-rank the schools again.
If we are going to consolidate Summerdale and Toyon, that is 2 schools already, 2 elementary. So all we need, if we were to do 3, then all we need to do is choose one more, if that is the case. But I do agree with the that everything must be considered. But at the same time, I am actually in agreement with what's already listed. There, I think I can select or think about where I should go with a third school, if the board is in agreement with that. And so let's hear all the opinions.
My thoughts on this is I agree with Trustee Haug. I am confident in the committee's work. I know there's disagreement, but what I can say is that there are some schools as part of that recommendation that I cannot support closing or consolidating. I'll go ahead and say that. So I've sat up here for 16 years and never once across my mind that I would consider closing two of the schools that ended up being on the list. And those are Ruskin and Laneview. So those are the two schools that I just absolutely cannot support closing. Sitting up here for 16 years, and this is the first time I publicly said it because I know it's controversial, but Toyan has always been the school that was up for discussion. The other two schools that were runner-ups were Cherrywood and Summerdale, and that's just based on my experience of being a board member. So if we were to discuss any three schools, it would be between those three schools, Toyan, Summerdale, and Cherrywood. And for me, closing a middle school is also off the list as well, along with Ruskin and Laneview. Those are the schools that would not support closing.
Yeah, I just want to highlight too that with Laneview, my particular concern with that school is that we have the autism program there, and I'm really concerned about moving our students with disabilities around. And so that's why I wouldn't necessarily support closing that school specifically as well. Yeah, with the other schools on the list, I really want to take a look at the resident schools or the resident students going to those schools and the projected capacity as well. Like that's kind of what I've been taking a look at as well for the next school to take a look at for consolidation and closure.
I just want to ask, of staff, obviously, school consolidation, school closure, the community feels, obviously, they feel that it's a loss for them. Is there anything redeeming about, potentially losing your school site, that there might be something that the community can kind of stand behind or say, okay, well, I can see why I would benefit from that. I don't know if there's something, perhaps like that, but if there is, I'd sure like to hear it.
I think going back to some of the discussions some of you had earlier, it's looking at improved services, how can we make our students' learning experiences stronger than they currently are. We know every single school in Berryessa has a wonderful community, a wonderful school culture. We've seen, great engagement with our parents. We know that we have parents that can't be here at every study session or board meeting, but they've called, they've emailed, we've heard voices throughout the community, but also in your engagement on sites at different events. You've seen the wonderful spirit that each school has. Having said that, we also know part of the Budget Stabilization Committee, when they reviewed all of our efforts in trying to mitigate our structural deficit, school consolidation was always considered as the last resort. And as a result of the pandemic, as a result of changes in state funding, we are now at that place in time. And also in, the challenge that we provided to the committee before they even looked at any data points was to understand that, yes, we have fiscal pressures that we need to address, but to also know that lower enrolled schools are already dealing with impacts of that, such as combination classrooms that continue to increase each year. We know that we've never been able to make that promise of no combination classrooms, but to know that a child might need to be in a combination classroom, not just one academic year, but 2, possibly 3. We know that's not the best situation for the students. Also, over the years, we've received increased requests for expanded elective opportunities at our middle schools. And as our middle schools have declined in enrollment, being able to provide the additional staffing for those electives has also become a challenge. So not only do we want to pay attention to being able to remain fiscally solvent, at the same time, we want to see where those opportunities embedded, where we can provide increased services to our students, no matter what school they're at, that remains open. And I think for the board, that is your discretion to give direction to staff to ensure that that happens. Not only, with our existing resources, I know there's been a lot of focused discussion on our Title I funds, but remember the driver of school services across all of our sites is our LCAP. Right? Every year we work through our LCAP talking about what, intervention supports we want for students, but also enrichment opportunities, student supervision, after school care, all of those items that are really important to make sure our students and families have what they need. Those are opportunities where those services and interests get expressed. And, and ultimately the board gives us direction on, those action items that are really important and critical for you in terms of making sure our students have a well-rounded learning experience. And so that certainly this is a very critical time to stay focused on that as well.
Thank you. For me, Toyon it's an important school because it's at the southernmost part of the district. Although moving it to Piedmont, it's not a huge, shift for parents that, walk to the school or the drive. It's not much more of a commute. Sommerdale, my kids, 3 kids. I have one there now. It's near to my heart, the school, but I also have a student here. And to me, a way of preserving the schools, preserving Sommerdale, preserving Toyon, because we would be able to bring them here entirely. Is that correct? With all the students coming here and pretty much all the staff, the teaching staff?
We would be able to bring all of the Toyon and Sommerdale students here if that were the decision.
How about the staff? Would the staffs be able to stay together for the most part?
For the most part.
Yeah, what the contract has is that the teachers have first priority to follow wherever the students go. So in this case, if one school came to a middle school, all the students and all those teachers would have the ability to move to that school.
Right, and being part of the Sommerdale family, I know those teachers are very close. Some of them are newer, some of them have been there a few years. They've mentored those teachers. One thing I learned, and this is a problem at Toyon and Sommerdale, that I learned at the conference that we had a workshop on school consolidation, is they have one teacher per grade level, and that doesn't allow for collaboration between teachers of the same grade level, which is something that I think is it's instrumental to providing a good education. So that would be a benefit. So therefore, I wouldn't be opposed to the idea of combining those 2 schools and bringing them here, because in a sense it would be in a way you lose some of the school identity, you lose the mascot, you lose the name of the school, and even then, right, we can find ways to maybe work around that somehow. But you preserve the students, and to me, keeping the students together. I grew up, my parents were runners, and as a runner, you move around, and I moved around schools a lot, and that was detrimental. So to me, it's a priority to make sure, when I was raising my kids, that they went to the same school from kindergarten or from TK all the way to 5th grade and beyond, and to have the same classmates, just because that shift and, changing schools and making new friends and things like that, it's disruptive to the students. So to me, that's a priority, and that would, in a way, help us, be able to do that. And from TK all the way through 8, they would have the same classmates, which I think would be great. And I'm a little troubled by, we're gonna then lose some of the students, because I think also combining students of different backgrounds, of different, social classes, of different ethnicities together, in a way we would lose some of that, because then Noble would be, and Vinci Park would be, they would go to different middle schools. So that to me is detrimental. But I think maybe the benefits would be, be greater than the loss created there.
I'm wondering if we could explore the option. I know at the Eastside Union School District, I believe it's Evergreen. There's like a certain geographic area over the east side where they had the option of attending either Evergreen or Silver Creek. I'm wondering if that's a possibility for us. For example, the Toyon students, if their families choose to have their children remain at a K through 5, they could potentially send them to Noble. If they choose to attend this, let's say we go forward with this newly TK through 8 program, they could have the option of either going to Noble or Piedmont's TK through 8. And same with Summerdale, they could potentially have the option to go to Cherrywood or Piedmont's TK through 8. So just a similar, format that Eastside has up in the foothills. So that way we could address the problems or the issues of some parents having, reservations sending their students to a TK through 8 school.
I would be supportive of that as well. I think the schools that are selected for consolidation or closure, the parents should be able to pick which school they would like to go to, or at least that first year that they're affected, just to give them that choice. But, like limit it to like, okay, you can go here or here, not like everywhere, so that I would be, supportive of that as well.
I think giving the parents a choice, certainly. It happened when I was principal at Silver Creek High School, and we had a boundary change, and the parents were given a choice to go which way they would go, either it's Silver Creek High School or Evergreen. They were given that choice.
But with that said, I do support the TK through 8 program at this site. I believe that when we close schools, again, I just want to reiterate what I said. We shouldn't look at it as we're taking away from the community. When we close and consolidate, we're adding back to the community. So when we consolidate programs to this community at this site, we're giving it to more students instead of splitting up amongst 3 different sites. So that's why I support the TK through 8 model at this site.
Yeah, in saying that, I agree with you. I think that we should make sure that if we do indeed create a TK through 8 school here, that it's an exceptional school, and that we do everything in our power to ensure that we're providing students not only the tools they need, but beyond that, programs that perhaps, other sites do have. Ruskin does have the science lab. That's great. Noble has the PPP. Cherrywood has, the dual immersion. There are other programs in other schools in the district, and we should provide, STEAM plus maybe some other things that would not only be beneficial for the students living within the attendance area of a TK through 8 school, but that would attract students from, other schools. So then a Ruskin parent could say, hey, you know what, I want my kid to go there. Or a Sierramont parent could say, I want my kid to go there. Or even students from other school districts.
Or a possibility of a dual immersion Spanish K-8.
I would not mind the exploration of that, or either Spanish or Vietnamese. I know we talked about that, a few years ago.
Yep.
Having a Vietnamese dual immersion. Anything, in addition that we can provide our students. I think, well, for any of our schools, right? But if we're going to have a school of that magnitude, kind of a unique school in the district, that creates a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, sure.
I think the opportunities are endless on this one if we were to go this way, because I think we can create something that's really fantastic for this school, for our own kids, for our kids, and for other kids who might want to join us here. I think we can create something that's extremely wonderful.
I agree that it's an opportunity to explore something new. So, we have been status quo for a bit. We did make some boundary changes. We did institute the manner immersion program, but rest of it pretty much has been traditional program offering. So this structure might give us, the impetus to think about something, to create something unique, create those opportunities for our students that may otherwise not have had that opportunity outside of private schools, right? So, so the hope is, my hope and prayer is that we're able to create the configuration and create those opportunities for our students. So are we? So where are we at? So we're saying ideal scenario is to consolidate Toyon and Summerdale into a TK8 at Piedmont with the option of giving those families that do not want to participate in a TK8 to be able to go to a choice school? Is that where we landed with this scenario?
I'd still like to consider, the other options. Are there other options? We've discussed this one, discussed it thoroughly, and it sounds a good idea, but I just want to make sure that there are no other better options. So if we were to consolidate into Sierramont, what would that look like? Or maybe perhaps are there options for other schools to consolidate into Piedmont Middle instead of Somerdale and Toyon?
Instead of Somerdale and Toyon, right.
Yeah, I guess if we were to entertain Sierramont to be the middle school for the K through 8, is there any thought or discussion about which schools we would want in Sierramont and like how much can Sierramont take? Like how many students can they take? Because I know that we can keep the communities together with Somerdale and Toyon, but I'm not sure about like Cherrywood, Ruskin, or even Majestic Way. If we were to put them in Sierramont, what would that kind of look like? I don't know if anyone has.
So from a logistical point of view, the closest school to Sierramont is Ruskin, right? So from walkability or that point of view, and from what I heard, from a capacity point of view, there will be a lot more changes with Sierramont because the feeder schools, correct me if I'm wrong, the feeder schools into Sierramont, all 3 schools are pretty large. So there'll be a configuration change if you want to speak to that again, Dr. Fuentes, Mr. Franklin.
Yeah, so currently the schools are a little bit larger because you have Cherrywood, you have Ruskin, and you have Majestic Way. Now, Ruskin and Majestic Way are projected to decline, but right now, the way they currently are, you'd have to decide to go off the list. And so you would probably, or you'd have to move the Mandarin immersion program from Sierramont to somewhere else, because if you chose to consolidate most of Ruskin or all of Ruskin and most of Majestic Way, then there would not be room for the Mandarin immersion program at the middle school. Those students would have to go to a different middle school. Now, if you chose to keep Cherrywood and their 500 plus students and move them into Sierramont as a K-8, then again, like I mentioned, then that would be the only students that would be going to Sierramont. So then you'd be talking about a lot of change for those middle school students that come from Majestic Way and Ruskin to then have to go to a different middle school.
And so, and even if we were to say consolidate one of those schools into Sierramont, it wouldn't save Toyon or Somerdale. There's no guarantee of that, right? That they would be left intact, because then we'd still have to decide to close. We have to close or consolidate 3 schools total, 3 elementary schools. So to say that doing that would preserve the school that my kids go to, it's not realistic.
I agree with you, and yeah, so that's a valid point. Regardless, we are going to have to touch one or 2 of those schools, and if we do have to touch one of those two schools, then why not create something new, right? That's my thought process is. Initially, I was thinking maybe Toyon, due to the vicinity, Noble might be able to absorb all of Toyon because there's not too many kids. But then again, we run the risk of maybe losing the Title I dollars. It doesn't look like we will, but with the change in enrollment and demographics, we might. But again, so if we are able to pool those resources into one pot and create something unique for our district, would be my preference to go that way. But you're right, regardless of what we do there, one of these two schools will get affected.
Or both.
Both.
Also, I just want to say about Title I, we have a new presidential administration coming in next year. We don't know what's going to happen, Title I and federal dollars. So I don't know if those will even be around. And let's hope that, not too many changes that affect schools, public schools in a negative way happen. But let's just say that it's not looking very good.
Yeah, I doubt it. I mean, all those rhetoric and all those things, there are enough, I personally believe that there are enough representatives in the middle that do the actual work in Congress. The rest of them, one is on CNN, one is on Fox. They're all just doing interviews. The people in the middle that are moderates that understand America well are the ones that are doing the work, and I'm sure that we will be okay.
Well, and I'll go back and just remind the board again, in terms of funding source, your main funding sources are within your LCAP.
It's LCAP. Yeah. I just want to clarify, if we were to go with Sierramont, not to close it, but to reconfigure it, one school would fit into it. And Kevin, you mentioned Cherrywood would fit into the school, but only one school would fit at Sierramont. Am I right on that one?
Yes, because then the numbers would be about the same
Because
as
it's
what
lot.
we'd be doing here in the Toyon-Summerdale scenario of putting around 550 elementary school students into
Yeah.
the school and then having a school size of about 750 or so. So
Mhm.
you would achieve that by moving Cherrywood into Sierramont, but there'd be room for a few, for a handful of other students, but not an entire school.
And then Ruskin then will be left as is.
Correct.
If
However,
that is what we decide.
they would not be going to Sierramont for middle school. They would be redirected to one of the other two middle schools.
That's right. They won't be going there for their middle school. They'd be,
Correct. It would just be Cherrywood students that would then promote
Right.
into Sierramont.
Then we'd still have to close two other schools.
So just for clarity too, for Sierramont Middle, if we were to do this option, so it would just be Cherrywood, but no other feeder schools would go into Sierramont. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, I mean, it maybe a few other students, but I wouldn't recommend it. There would not be capacity to take a whole other school. But you could reconfigure boundaries however you wanted to achieve the size of the school that you'd like.
reconfiguring Morrill Middle School is out of the question. It does not have the room. Am I right on that one?
That one was eliminated by the committee as a result of space, but also because of the cost and time frame. The school would not be able to be reconfigured in less than a year. And the cost was also significant.
Yeah.
I understand.
The cost was closer to 7 million
Yeah.
because of all the reconfiguring of classrooms that would need to be done.
And is it the same case if we were to put Ruskin into Sierramont, then the Cherrywood students wouldn't go to Sierramont at all?
If Ruskin went into Sierramont, Ruskin's projected to be in the low 300s for elementary in the upcoming years. So you would need to move students from another school to be able to have a large enough TK8 school to be successful. However, again, all of Cherrywood wouldn't fit, and even including all of Majestic Way, even though Majestic Way is projected to reduce down, it would still be it would be too many students at first. Maybe in 4 or 5 years they would fit, but currently you'd have 650, almost 700 elementary only kids, and then the associated 6 through 8, and we'd be above capacity.
That is the number of students. If we were to do that with Sierramont, that would come from Majestic Way and Ruskin. It would be too many students going into it.
Correct.
And also for clarity, one more time, I heard a couple of public comments about the price of the schematics. Is the cost for both Sierramont and Piedmont about the same, that 2 million number? Is that still correct?
Yes, so 2.35 was estimate for Sierramont, 2.4 is the estimate for Piedmont. Those are fairly conservative estimates.
I believe some of the public were referencing other schematics for Piedmont. There was an option A, an option B, and then an option C. Option A and B were at a higher price point as well as a longer time frame. Option C, however, was very similar in price and time frame as the Sierramont option.
So if we were to try to do Sierramont, we would do Majestic Way and Ruskin, but then wouldn't the Cherrywood Manor and Immersion program be affected? Like, would they still be able to go to Sierramont?
You're correct, it would be impacted. You have currently 3.5 feeder schools that go into Sierramont. You've got all of Majestic Way, all of Ruskin, all of Cherrywood, as well as half of Noble.
Then moving Cherrywood over here, it wouldn't be beneficial because would the whole school, first of all, would the whole school fit? No, I guess not, since they have 500 plus students. So it would have to be the English only students. Where would the Mandarin immersion students then go?
Right, so it'd be the same issue if you move Cherrywood here. So then all of the students that lived in locally here for Summerdale, Toyon, Vincy Park, Noble, they'd all have to go to a different middle school, just like in the Sierramont scenario.
And Cherrywood feeds into Sierramont.
Correct.
All the students from Cherrywood feed into Sierramont?
Yes.
So then that would change their middle school boundaries.
Yeah, I mean, given that discussion, I am more supportive of having Summerdale and Toyon come to Piedmont, just because, we can keep the communities together and then we can invest in Piedmont Middle School. Breaking up the feeder schools for Sierramont, I think is a little too much. I think it might just be easy, it might be more beneficial to keep the communities together at Summerdale and Toyon rather than breaking up the different communities feeding into Sierramont.
I do have a point that hasn't been discussed yet, but at some point I do believe that there should be a study done on Noble's boundaries. I believe there's an issue of inequity. Noble's boundary stretches across the entire district, and it consists of homes all up in the foothills. It just bothers me that you're driving some homes, you have to drive past 3 elementary schools just to attend Noble. I believe that with declining enrollment in Laneview, some of the Noble's homes needs to be moved to Laneview. Some of the homes in Noble, currently in Noble, needs to be moved to Majestic Way, and some of it needs to be moved to Ruskin, so that way Noble could absorb potentially some Toyon students.
Would that be part of this restructuring, or would that happen later on?
That is depending on the direction the board goes. So if the board decides you don't want to do a TK8, then you can look at boundary reconfiguration with option C of closing 3 elementary sites. Because the other piece that you need to keep in mind is trying to balance all the schools that remain open as much as we can. And so when you start looking at the different boundaries and where they'll be realigned, you're impacting those numbers.
So your staff's recommendation would be then to work in steps, so do this consolidation first, and then possibly later on look at our boundaries and see if we can, alternate to create kind of a more.
As we continue to monitor them, and of course we have Tom that comes out each year to let us know what is being anticipated and projected out. We've already, which is why I say just in terms of, I know the board needs to determine the direction you want to give, because what we've heard so far is you want to have the least impact possible to our families during this existing round of review.
Right, that's correct.
I have a question regarding the enrollment over at Noble, the PPP program. Does the PPP program accept students outside of our district?
They do, but very few.
So students are accepted if they wish to enter the PPP program over at Noble.
Remember, there's only one class per grade level, K1, 2, 3, and then that's it. So there are only 4 classrooms.
Is there a limit to the enrollment of the PPP program?
24 students.
Only
per
24
class.
students
Yeah.
every year?
And over the last couple of years, we're barely able to get 24.
How about Noble consolidating into Piedmont? How would that look?
I have to admit, I thought about that.
Yeah, I have to chime in. I was kind of surprised that Noble also wasn't on the list because I know they have, one school or one classroom is, resident students and then another classroom is the PPP. So that's why I was also thinking of that as well. But then, there are other considerations that I was taking a look at. So I also want to protect what the committee recommended to us. But we could take a look at Noble if that's what your interests are. I'm open to taking a look because, yeah, if I'm not a huge fan of like seeing one classroom have a lot of things and then one classroom not have a lot of things.
Also, from the cost perspective, would consolidating Noble as an option, how much of an impact would it be as compared to Somerdale, Toyon, and maybe one other school? Should also be considered. It was also one of the criteria in the.
I have a question regarding the decision by the committee. Why, if they considered the inequity of the PPP program at Noble?
Your chairperson's left, but we do have some committee members that are present. They did look at all special programs that existed across the sites. That was part of the criterion. I forget which early meeting it was, but that was discussed by the group. They didn't go deep into instructional models, but they did identify every program that was existing, not only specialized programming, but special education programs as well per site. And as mentioned, that was, one criterion of several others that they visited.
Thank you.
What's Noble's enrollment?
Noble's enrollment's around 350.
So they could consolidate into Piedmont, but it would just be that one school?
No, there would be capacity to look at Noble and Toyon, and potentially Noble and Somerdale, just depending.
Schools in their entirety or just sections of?
Yes, because you have to remember too, Noble is comprised of quite a few students from outside of the Noble attendance boundaries, so the Noble resident students, if we're talking about moving them or if we're talking about the whole PPP program, just depends.
Can we take a look at Noble's projected enrollment one more time? We're able to pull that up too. Thank you.
So this is a little bit older, but these projections were from a number of months ago, but 25-26 enrollment for Noble is projected to be around 373 for next year. But again, that's with the PPP program.
That's with the PPP program?
Yes.
I see. Okay.
If we were to consolidate Noble, then what would happen to the PPP program? Would it continue or would we have to dissolve it or move it?
We have to do more analysis. That wasn't as.
Right, yeah, okay. Personally, I don't have anything against the PPP program. I think it's a good program, especially if we have, capacity, and it seems like they're not at capacity, right? There are other parents that could take advantage of that program, and it's another program that the district offers. So, I'm not opposed to it.
All right, so where are we right now? Are we wanting to pursue looking at novel boundary changes and PPP program and consolidation of possibly consolidation of Noble, or do we stick with Somewhere on K8 with Piedmont? I'm not sure where we landed on that yet.
Can 3 schools be consolidated, reconfigured here? That would include Noble, Toyon, and Summerdale. Would there be enough room for everybody?
I'm not sure that there would be enough, I don't believe there'd be enough space for all three. You're also targeting just one geographical area. And in addition to that, remember that Noble students do not all feed to Piedmont Middle School. Half of them currently go to Sierramont School because of the boundary geography that they have that Trustee Nguyen was mentioning, that they go across from one side of Berryessa to the other.
And one other thing that I think was asked a little bit earlier was the cost savings, and the cost savings with Noble is they were the lowest amount of savings compared to all of the other school sites.
Yes, the boundary makes it really difficult for that school. So I think that's something that maybe we do have to, as Trustee Nguyen said, that we have to look at, but maybe, that's a problem for another day.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to pull up the school boundaries site, the school boundaries as well on the slideshow so the public can see what we're talking about with Noble, they have a split population. And so they go into the foothills. And so it would be difficult. And I think it would add to that inequity, honestly, if we were trying to make this as equitable as possible, having students commute from all the way to the north down here. So that's also my concern. Yeah.
Noble's that blue, the turquoise, yeah, in case anybody was wondering how that goes, all along the foothills from basically one end, southern end of the district, all the way to the northern end.
I don't think there are too many homes or students enrolled in those homes, right? But is there the scatter diagram? Yeah. Yeah, there you go. So I don't think there's that many impacted students, but I do believe that needs to be corrected though. So that way, the students that live in certain areas, they go to Morel, and the other students go to Sierramont, and then the bottom goes to Piedmont Middle. But what I do support is again, after the discussion, I still support the K-8 model here at Piedmont, but expanding Noble's boundaries to include some Toyon students, if not all Toyon students into Toyon, and focus on the Summerdale students into Middle as the primary school for TK through 8.
If we were to consolidate Toyon and Summerdale, there would still be room at Noble, right? Because our boundary likely wouldn't change. So any students from either Summerdale or Toyon who wanted to go to Noble, they could probably get the transfer, the intra-district transfer.
Yeah, Noble definitely has space for them. It's just depending on what we're comfortable allowing and the size of the school that, we're looking at having for a successful K-8 program here at Piedmont, if that's the choice.
And again, my recommendation to parents isn't, transfer your student to school you perceive as better. My goal is, as a trustee, is to make sure that all schools offer students a good education and something that, will make the school a quality school for everybody. Not, to transfer because, the school's going to be better than another one.
I agree. I agree with that sentiment, and that some of the rhetoric, is a little. Sometimes it's a little disappointing. I understand the emotions behind keeping your school, but not wanting to identify yourself or your family or your student with a different school that is perceived as a lesser value. It doesn't sit well with me. So I agree with you on that. As trustees, our objective should be all schools, 13 school campuses, all 13 schools should be successful, should be considered top performing schools, regardless of whom we serve. And we definitely need to be mindful of some of those communities that serve underprivileged kids and autistic kids, and they don't have a voice here today at the podium, so we need to be their voice. We need to advocate for them for sure. No, I appreciate that sentiment. Go ahead, Trustee Hall.
Yeah, I just want to echo that too. And I think that's, after all of our discussion, I would be more supportive of Summerdale and Toyon going into Piedmont and really giving them an amazing school to look forward to joining. And so I think that's kind of where I'm landing that's where I'm landing, just to echo that sentiment of making sure that all of our schools are incredible schools and making sure that we equitably do this by providing additional resources at Piedmont Middle and giving that to our Title I students.
Are you okay with that landing at K8? Consolidating.
Well, we still have more decisions to make. That wouldn't be the end of it.
For sure, but one step at a time.
Yes, I think, again, for the reasons I said, keeping these students together, and if we're able to do that, and it doesn't seem like in any other scenario we can do that, I am okay with that, yeah.
Okay.
I support that as well.
Okay.
But I also support the fact that Trustee Nguyen mentioned about the Noble, the boundary change, just to make sure. And I'm in agreement with that as well.
So it's interesting because the boundary map does show the vast spread of Noble. And like Trustee Nguyen mentioned, there are 3 elementary schools on the way to here. So if we divide that community to all the 3 elementary schools, it looks like Noble will be left with nothing. Will be, everybody will be one to Lakeview, some to Majestic, some to Ruskin, and there'll be no students left in Noble.
That's why I had brought up the fact that maybe potentially, I agree with the Summerdale and Toyon consolidation to Piedmont, but maybe we should also discuss Toyon consolidating with Noble, because technically, they're just a few blocks away from each other. It's a very low impact. It's impactful, but it's not as impactful as some other consolidations.
Right. I did mention that some time ago, that I did have that also as an option in my mind, but the only challenge I felt is, the risk of losing that Title I status, those additional support dollars for the students for reading intervention and things like that. It may not be an impact. Maybe there will be enough students from Toyon joining the current students in Noble to still, for us to still be able to be eligible for that waiver for Title I dollars. But that's the only point where I felt was a stumbling block, which is why having that pool of resources for Title I in one place, I felt gave us a little bit more flexibility as to which programs we can introduce and things like that. But yeah, definitely that was one of the considerations. Trustee Jimenez, something to say.
No, I was just wondering that if we were to allow, say, some, change the boundaries, maybe increase or adjust Noble's boundaries to allow some Toyon students or some Summerdale students to go there, be their home school, would that then allow other students to come here from so try to keep more of the students that feed into Piedmont Middle from the Noble boundary area and from Vinci Park? Do you understand what I'm saying? Would it allow for, just because I think, again, the diversity is important, and allowing those students to come here for middle school is still, beneficial. So would that allow for that if we were to say, adjust Noble's boundaries so they can absorb some of the students from the, but then we're not keeping the students together, so it's a kind of a no-win situation, and the students from Toyon would be split up. Frankly, that having them go, if they want voluntarily, that might be enough.
But as far as capacity is concerned, so Piedmont Middle as a middle school, even with the K-8 model, will we still have some room for Vinci and Noble? We still have, when they join, so they will join as sixth, Noble and Vinci kids will continue to join at the sixth grade level.
That would be a boundary readjustment, correct, Kevin? They could have, or an option?
Right. So I mean, you'd be talking about then Vinci Park students then joining the K-8 for 6 through 8. I mean, there would be some space, but it's really trying to figure out how many then are choosing to go to Noble to know how many, we have to really establish how many seats we want to have, what's the capacity of the school. I mean, we know what the max capacity is, but what's the capacity of the school that we want to operate, and what's that number? And then you'd be looking at figuring out how many, Vinci Park students or how many Noble students you want to allow in. Seems a bit complicated for what we're trying to achieve at the moment.
But again, to Trustee Jimenez's point, and we run the risk of creating a silo, right? Because if we just have those set of kids only, targeted, then it doesn't seem fair. And I appreciate that point, which is why I thought if we have a structure where we can continue getting those kids starting at a sixth grade level.
Yeah, and I think to remember too that, even though we're making these decisions right now for 25, 26, we're projecting a decline. So that'll still continue to happen. So we'll still have the opportunity, and while it, may be a little bit cumbersome to reevaluate boundaries again in the future, after this decision has been made and after we see then where everybody begins to go.
I think it's, the good point is something that obviously if we do this, right, and create this school here, TK to 8, that is something that we have to study yearly and make sure that we are, providing the optimum services to the students. And if there are changes we can make, a year out, so after next year, that we make those changes and we look to always improve, which we do anyway, right? But, especially focusing on that if we're going to have such a big school with a big population here. And also some of the benefits, right? So right now schools split, they split social workers. What do middle schools split with? Do they have their own counselor? Do they have their own counselors right now, middle schools, or do they split?
Yeah, so each middle school has their own academic counselor. Another thing I just want to bring up when we're talking about just resources, if you brought the 2 elementary schools here, you also have a music teacher that could start teaching the kids in 2nd, 3rd grade. You have a choir teacher, you have an art program. You can really tap into those folks for the potential to make this more than just STEAM. Let's focus on arts. Let's focus on other aspects that we could bring to the table, because STEAM isn't the magic bullet, because we already have a really good science program that we've adopted over the last couple of years. So let's really focus on just additional resources to bring to the table. And especially going back to the reading interventionist, if you have $170 some odd thousand, you could potentially hire 2 people to help support with Title I funds. And we have many folks within our district that would be excellent reading interventionists. Just my 2 cents.
This particular school has an excellent music program. So, you can add it on to the STEAM and make it a music academy or something. Create something that's so attractive to these kids.
So they split social workers among elementary schools right now, right? They do split time. So would they have their own devoted social worker at the school?
Well, and earlier, Dr. McCreary provided the board, his recommendation would be to have 2 here, to have one that could focus on the needs of, the mental health supports for elementary, and then another that would support the specific needs of our middle schoolers.
So instead of having a half-time social worker, they would have 2. So the elementary kids would have a full-time social worker. Okay.
So it sounds like if Toyon were to be closed, they would gain more benefit if they were to go to Piedmont Middle's TK through 8 opposed to Nobles. Okay. So with that said, again, I'll just go back to what I said earlier in this evening. whatever schools decide to be closed, the savings should be given to the students that are impacted. So however, if Toyon is a school that's selected to be closed, it should benefit them. So if they gain more benefit from going to a TK through 8 where there's more programs and there's more consolidation of programs, then that's what I would support.
Okay, we can put a pin on that and talk about another school, either from the list or if you have a different school in your mind that is not on the list of the committee recommendation. I'd like to hear that.
So now we're looking at a school, just straight school closure. So what would be the case, obviously we have to decide to close a third school. What would happen to that school's students? Since they wouldn't, like Summerdale and Toyon, they would come here, the students would come here, the staffs would come here. That's not what we're talking about with a third school. It would be a different scenario. What would happen to those students if we're to close a third school?
So with the other 3 locations, they would have to be split because they're larger in size or their geographical context would require that. So when I say that, I'm talking about like Laneview, for example. If you take a look at the geographical area that they currently encompass, you'll have to try to get each child to their nearest next location. You would do a multi-split there. The same thing with Cherrywood. You see there in the orange there at the bottom. And then with Ruskin, similarly.
So there's no way around it. The student populations would have to be split. And to how many parts? Would that depend on the school, whether it's into 2 different schools or 3 different schools?
So with Laneview, so let's take one at a time, sorry, losing it. So if you take Laneview, for example, from the list, Laneview does have our autistic kids SDC program there. So how does a split over there look? I mean, if we decide to redraw that boundary and send some kids to the Majestic next to it, right, on that side, will the SDC kids, will they be moved? I mean, will they also be split? Will those teachers that collaborate for that program be moved? How does that?
Correct. So with Laneview, you have the autism focus class, which is 3 classrooms. 3. And so Dr. McCurry can add, but we'd want to keep those 3 classrooms together, and we'd have to select a site of where they'd be relocated. And then you have the other students as well. And looking at the boundary map, I don't know how many additional locations where they would go. Would it be between Northwood as well as Brooktree?
Yeah, I think you'd be looking at Northwood and Brooktree or Majestic Way and Northwood, or all 3, Majestic Way, Northwood, and Brooktree.
Mm-hmm.
But those classrooms or those students will move together. Is that the hope?
Which students are you referring
the
to?
Autistic.
Those 3 classrooms we would keep together and move them to one other location. But then you have the other students that we'd have to relocate across multiple sites as well.
I see. Yeah.
But
So
we wouldn't break up the autism program.
No, so from my perspective, I mean, I know Laneview has worked really hard to get some of those kids back into the classrooms after COVID, especially those autistic kids, and I'm sure all of you know more about autism, the spectrum, and things like that. And any small change in the environment and in the way they arrive at school, the way the classroom looks like, the way the teacher is teaching, might put them off again. So, they might withdraw and not go to school again, right? And that might lead to learning loss. It's one of the risk scenarios that keep going in my mind that, we don't want those kids with those challenges to be put in that position. So from my perspective, if we can avoid splitting Laneview, it'll be great, but it doesn't look like we can move all of the students into one school as such.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add on to that. I agree with you, Trustee Srinivasan. As mentioned earlier, Lakeview is one of the schools that I would not support closing, mostly because of the autistic and special ed program there. And also secondly, it hasn't been mentioned yet, but a school, Birchwood, did close in that neighborhood back in the early 90s and or late 80s, and I don't want that to be forgotten. If we were to close Lakeview, that would leave nothing in that neighborhood essentially. And also, I just want to remind the board that there was boundary changes recently, about 2-3 years ago, or maybe longer, where the Kaltati neighborhood was impacted from Northwood. They were moved from Northwood to Lakeview. I want this to be as least impactful as possible, so that's why I bring up those changes that we made in the past, along with the autistic program.
Yeah, I also want to echo those sentiments. My main concern is the distance between Plainview, Majestic Way, Brooktree, and Northwood. That side of town, as Trustee Nguyen said, has already closed the school, and so I'm really worried about that. And also, you can see on the map that 680 runs directly in between where Laneview could feed into Northwood and Brooktree. And even Majestic Way is closer to the middle of the district. And so I think that would be really inconvenient for our Laneview families. And I'm highly concerned about our artistic program there as well.
Can some of the students from Laneview, which could they be accommodated over at Ruskin rather than going across Cropley and all that and all those other?
The next nearest school for Laneview is Majestic Way. We have the slide that shows the mile distance from site to site, which lets you know, if you look up at that map, it's in your presentation there, and it'll share with you the next nearest locations for that particular school.
Yeah, and then I just also want to point out that, Brooktree and Northwood are closer, but you still have to cross over 680. So you have to cross over through the freeway.
There's no easy way here.
Okay, so doesn't look like we have support for breaking up Laneview right now. Trustee Jimenez, did you have anything to add on that, or any questions?
No, I mean, just like Toyon, it's not my favorite to close because of the location on one kind of, end of the district. Laneview is on the other end of the district. So that to me is, it's a deal breaker.
All right, so from the list then, if we eliminate Laneview, we are left with Ruskin and Cherrywood, or any other school that the board might want to consider that was not recommended by the committee. And I'd like to hear your thoughts on Cherrywood, Ruskin, or any other school.
Why was Majestic Way not selected by the committee to be on the list?
The committee didn't discuss Majestic very much from my recollection. The Majestic just was not really in the top of any of the criteria as far as, when they did the compilation and scoring, and so the committee was not entertaining Majestic as an option.
How does the operational cost of Majestic compare with Cherrywood or Ruskin? I know Cherrywood has a high operating cost. We already spoke about that, but how does it compare with the two? Do you have if you have the numbers offhand?
Majestic is less savings than both Ruskin and Cherrywood.
So while you're gathering your thoughts, so let's see what we have for Cherrywood. We have the MI program there, and according to the criteria, that program can be relocated easily. So one of the things that stood out to me in one of the tables, it's buried in my folder, is a SEAL program. I don't know if it's a certification or a program, how you want to classify it. So all the teachers at Cherrywood are SEAL certified. Is certified the right term?
Trained.
SEAL trained. Okay. So all the teachers at Cherrywood are SEAL trained, but not all teachers at Ruskin are SEAL trained. So in the discussions of potentially moving MI to Ruskin, we might have that as a stumbling block, according to my analysis over there. And that's one concern I have with the mandate program. I do trust our cabinet and our teaching staff and our administrators to make it successful anywhere it is. I know it's very challenging. The community has worked really hard to build up the program to the extent that it has become successful. It's a good program for our school district. So their concerns are valid about disrupting that momentum. But again, we at the end of the day, we have to be pragmatic, and we have to make sure that we're putting the best foot forward for the benefit of all of our students. But so those are my thoughts about the MI program. The only glaring thing in there is the SEAL part of the equation. I don't know whether you have any thoughts on that, on the SEAL training. What's the timeline for all teaching staff at a different location to achieve that SEAL training?
The SEAL training started many years ago. 6 of our elementary schools are currently trained through SEAL. The majority of the SEAL program goes TK through 3rd grade. Cherrywood is the only school, well, not only, but 4th and 5th grade are trained. A handful of our teachers at Toyon are trained in 4th and 5th. And I think one teacher at Laneview's taught in 5th grade and SEAL trained. Usually it takes 2 years to be SEAL trained completely. It goes through 6 units of planning. And so there's a lot of sub-out days for teachers. There's a lot of that they call unit development days as well. And so they're creating these units of study, and they're usually collaboration with their kindergarten teachers throughout the district. So they're not creating units that are outside of what has already been created. So they would have to recreate some of those units and update them to the standards. So, I think what we started was kindergarten and 1st grade, and then we rolled in 2nd and 3rd grade the following year. All of our TK teachers are already trained. So the TK teacher at Ruskin is already trained for SEAL. Once again, there's transfer opportunities to potentially, move into that school as well for teachers that are already SEAL trained too. Mm-hmm.
That's good to know. Okay, all right.
Can you remind us one more time, what is the benefit of having SEAL teachers? Like, what is SEAL? Can you, for just the public's reference?
Sure. So for SEAL, it's language-based, right? So I think the one father talked about matter, and they sing the songs, and it's all very inclusive of language and vocabulary. And so one of the trademarks of the Mandarin Immersion program is the Mandarin teachers are SEAL trained. So their SEAL units are aligned completely with the English language or the English-only classes. So when the students rotate between the two classes, they are hearing and seeing the same thing in Mandarin as they are with their English-only counterparts.
So is the main concern then of moving the Mandarin program to Ruskin? So the main concern then is the fact that some of these teachers at Ruskin are not SEAL trained? Is that the main reason?
That was my concern. That's the thing that stood out to me. But,
I mean, is that the main concern here? That they are not all of the teachers there at Ruskin in the lower grades or in the upper grades, whatever, that they're not SEAL trained? Is that it? Is that the main concern of the reason why we cannot move the Mandarin program there because they're not SEAL trained?
So a better question would be, what would be the impact of moving MI program from a school that has all SEAL trained teachers to maybe not to a school that maybe does not have all SEAL trained teachers?
I understand your concern, but my thinking is the fact that these are teachers, they can easily be trained. As a teacher like myself, they can easily, it may take some time, as Dr. McCreary mentioned, but it's not impossible for them to know and to understand what SEAL is all about.
Right.
That's my concern as an educator.
I do not disagree with that. So my question is, my concern is the timeline. So like I said, the community has worked hard to build up the program to this level. My concern, again, it may not be a real concern, may not be a valid concern. I defer to the experts, that we don't lose the momentum of the program.
I'm sorry, but I totally disagree with that. I think all teachers are excellent teachers, and besides that, if we were to move the Mandarin program there, they will be there for a long, long time. And so therefore, we can train them, or SEAL, they can be trained as SEAL teachers. I mean, so it takes 2 years, Dr. McCreary, in order for them to really absorb everything that they need to understand. But I think these are mature and very smart, well-educated teachers that they can handle something like this.
Thank you. Thank you for that feedback.
I just want to add my 2 cents as well. I'm honestly really split on these 2 schools because, I understand like how much it took to build the Mandarin Immersion program, but I can also see, the cost that it is to, have that school open, with Majestic Way, like the facility, the buildings themselves. Like I can see the cost savings there. I can see how hard it is to upgrade a school that has a lot of concrete in it. And like looking at the permanent capacity at Ruskin, like they have that capacity to add even more students to the Mandarin Immersion program. And so that's where I'm like unsure, so I would love to hear everyone else's opinions on it, but I'm still on the fence about both. I'm not sure, but I can see the facts on both sides. So I'm still like unsure.
So as for me, again, the not wanting to close any schools, but if I were to entertain having to close schools, the 3 schools would be Toyon, Summerdale, and Cherrywood, with the possible consolidation or creation of the TK through 8 model at Piedmont. But with that said, I believe that when 7 years ago, when the Mandarin Immersion program was first implemented, it was implemented in order to save Cherrywood, because Cherrywood has such a high declining enrollment. And we also tried to implement the Spanish and Vietnamese immersion program, which unfortunately did not take off at the time. There was not enough interest at the time, and then COVID happened. And then one thing led to another. We stopped trying. That's for another conversation, though. But I think that it should be worthwhile to consider the fact that that the Mandarin immersion program is successful, and it did what it was set out to do at Cherrywood, which was to preserve it. So I think that's important to be mindful of. That's the whole point that was put out there, is to preserve that school and prevent it from being closed. And we tried to do the same thing with the other schools, with the other two languages, but unfortunately it didn't happen. But had it happened, and we drawn enough interest, probably would have prevented Toyon and Summerdale from closing too. But that's one of the purposes of the Mandarin immersion program being placed at Cherrywood, was to preserve that site. And I do have I'm a little split too, because again, those were three schools. If any schools were to be closed, in my opinion, it would have been Toyon, Summerdale, and Cherrywood. But that's where I stand.
Yeah, and I also want to acknowledge that the resident number of students in that neighborhood is falling. And so, I want to also recognize that. That's why I'm also unsure. So.
Is there an alternative to Cherrywood that anyone would want to consider?
I mean, if you match other schools against the criteria that was selected and evaluate everything, including cost, including programming and everything, I feel that the committee landed at the right set of schools. Is my thought. Again, it's a recommendation. But if there's anything else, any other school that jump out that would make sense from a cost perspective as well, being one of the criteria items, then we can definitely have a discussion on that. So all of Cherrywood will not fit into Ruskin, and all of Ruskin will not fit into Cherrywood either, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And in the scenario where we touch Cherrywood, so the idea would be to separate out the Mandarin immersion program and move it to a different site, and then move the English-only learners where? English-only students where?
Well, Kevin, can you share how many classrooms are available at Ruskin so the board can get a sense of capacity?
So the projected number of classrooms available at Ruskin for next year would be, I just want to make sure I get this right, it would be 14. So there'd be 14 classrooms available at Ruskin next year.
And that would accommodate all of our Mandarin immersion students.
Correct. There's 12 Mandarin immersion classrooms at Cherrywood.
And how does that one-on-one switching model looks? How will that look like at a different site than Cherrywood? Are we still able to continue that one-to-one switching?
There would be enough classrooms based on the current enrollment, but again, moving forward, declining enrollment, it just depends on the number of the English-only students at Ruskin, because remember, Ruskin's enrollment is projected to significantly continue to decline.
Well, in that case, then we should look at definitely redrawing the Noble boundary to capture some of those students and bring them to Ruskin, right? So that would make sense.
And also know that we have currently an MOU in place for the Mandarin instructional model at Cherrywood because of the impact that they've experienced recently with the declining numbers of the English-only students, to be able to continue supporting one-to-one.
I have a quick question as well. So with the enroll or the resident students in Cherrywood and Ruskin, which one is projected lower? Like, can we see the projections for both resident students for Cherrywood and Ruskin?
So, yeah, we have that, Kim. That's in Tom's report on page 19, if you're able to pull up Tom's full report.
Yeah, because I've been hearing a lot of concerns about that one-to-one model, but like realistically, like if we're looking at the number of students with each school, like would we have enough students to keep that model if we keep it in Majestic Way or Ruskin? That's the question I'm trying to answer.
Easy to see on the PowerPoint show.
It's in both, so whichever, it's page 19 on the, I have the report up on my phone, or on my iPad. I'm pulling up their current number of classrooms right now. No, it'd be Tom's PowerPoint. I don't know if you have that one downloaded. So it'd be page 19 for this particular report. And then currently there's 12 Mandarin classes at Cherrywood, and there would be 12 classes at Ruskin.
Table 2, which is more about page 7.
Because we're looking at resident students, right, for
Table 2,
next year?
6 or 7.
No, appendix 1B.
There.
I was looking at the chart at the end.
You can see in the right column for 2025, there's only 244 resident TK5 kids projected for Cherrywood next year. Columns directly to the right of the rightmost vertical bold bar. Shows Cherrywood at 244 next year in TK5 resident students. That doesn't include intra-district kids in the regular program. It does not include the Mandarin program, intra-district kids in the Mandarin program.
These are simply the residents.
This is where your kid's home address is.
Okay, that's for Cherrywood. So excluding the ones that are,
All the inter-district kids that go to Cherrywood, whether it was us, for regular ed or Mandarin, there are 244 kids projected there next year. That compares to 251 this year.
okay.
So I recognize that Cherrywood has a steep decline, but what I would like to do is I would like to preserve Cherrywood. I recognize that the hard work they've done to build up that program. What I would like the district to do is now that COVID is kind of settling down, I would like the district to try again to bring back the Spanish and the Vietnamese immersion program, perhaps make Cherrywood a language site. I know our neighbors to the north and to the south both have Spanish immersion programs, and our neighbors to the south in Allenbrock also have a Vietnamese immersion program. So I don't see any reason why us as a district, where both our northern and southern neighbors have a Spanish immersion program, we can't have one. And our neighbors to the south, there's a lower Vietnamese population than Berryessa, and we can't have one. I think the interest is out there. I just think that we just need to try to market it better, and I think we can do it. But with the declining enrollment in Cherrywood, I think that could be a good thing in creating a potential language site at Cherrywood for Mandarin, Spanish, and Vietnamese with the declining enrollment there, and preserve that site.
The one thing to keep in mind, and I'll ask Kevin to share the total capacity of the school, because that 244 does not include your 12 Mandarin classrooms. To then add an additional language program there at the site, you may not have room for a full sequence of TK through or kinder through 5th grade.
Potentially then, could we move the some students in the Cherrywood population and expand Ruskin, have them attend Ruskin, and maybe just focus solely on having a Cherrywood, a language site?
I mean, I think if you do that and you move all of the non-Mandarin immersion students that you see within those figures are the English only partners that we're talking about with the switch. So then, you'd be talking about having, if you had two different languages there, then I suppose you'd be talking about the two different languages doing the switch, and then English. So that's the way I would envision that having to be done then. If you had a, say, a Vietnamese program along with the Mandarin, then they'd switch for English with the Mandarin teachers and English with the Vietnamese teachers is how I would, in that scenario, that would work, versus having the resident students that are not in the program be the English only switch. So I don't know how successful that model would be, but that's what that model would look like if we were to move the Cherrywood resident students to Ruskin. And then again, with those numbers, there are 244 resident students, and there's currently 44 resident students attending the Mandarin Immersion program, leaving approximately 200 students, resident students, English only.
Some of which attend other schools.
So is Cherrywood out of the question? Are we going to look at Ruskin?
I think Cherrywood is still in play. I don't think we eliminated Cherrywood as such. I think Trustee Nguyen expressed reservations, but so talking about Ruskin next, what would be the site that could absorb those? There's the 361 going to 339 kids in next year. Is there a site that could absorb all those students, or like how we discussed before, Ruskin will need to be split up into multiple sites?
Correct. Ruskin would have to be split amongst a couple of other sites, just depending on which. I mean, some of them could go to Majestic Way. As we mentioned, Cherrywood has limited capacity. So you'd be looking at splitting about 12 classes or 12 to 13 classes from Ruskin. So Majestic Way has room. There's also Noble.
Right. So with either of these schools, there's no way, no winning. There's no way to keep the community whole. Is what I'm hearing, and that's a really unfortunate situation there. And I don't know if anything has changed since the last time we met, wishful thinking, but is there a scope of doing one consolidation event now? Did we find any money anywhere to keep the other schools afloat?
Unfortunately, it's going the opposite direction. That you'll see at the presentation next week.
Give me some good news.
Yeah, I wish it would make my life a lot easier.
All right. What are the Trustee Jimenez, the other?
I just want to know, is there a weight in favor of one or the other in terms of, just the objective measures? Then, personally, I mean, facilities-wise, obviously Ruskin's facilities are nicer. just in terms of the school layout, what it looks like, et cetera, right? Over Cherry Woods, which is a nice school. I mean, all our sites are nice, but comparing the two with Ruskin, to me, that gives it a little bit of, advantage over. But are there any other things that, will, on balance of scales, give one weight, more weight to?
Just a second, Trustee Haug, I just wanted to address that. So from specific to answering your question, the only thing I don't know whether it's a positive or whatever you want to call it, is having that Mandarin immersion, having the ability to move the entire Mandarin immersion bubble to a new location. From that perspective, Cherrywood looks kind of a little bit positive. It's not there. I mean, I don't want to create any controversies here by saying it's a positive thing. But what I'm trying to say is, from the options that we have, from the limited challenging options that we have, the only attractive thing is we're able to accommodate that entire Mandarin immersion program in a new site. If Ruskin is a target site for that, maybe that's gives us some hope. Trustee Haug, please go ahead.
No, just to add to that too, one of the things that I was looking at too was also the capacity between the two schools, right? Like with Ruskin, there is more capacity there, which I think could be beneficial for that program. They can bring in more English students. They could attain that one-to-one model that they always talk about. And, I find value in that as well. And so that's why I was looking at like moving the Mandarin immersion program to Ruskin, just because of that potential for growth, because they have, larger facilities, like newer facilities as well.
Yeah, and then again, on the flip side, we do impact the English-only students, whom I would assume, just like Ruskin, would be moved to multiple sites. And do we have any sites in mind that could accommodate some or all of the students?
For the Cherrywood English-only students, I think that there would be choice between splitting between either Laneview or Majestic Way for the students on that end. There's also, since we're looking at not having Summerdale as an option for those other students, then, you're looking at Brooktree or Vincy Park.
I think so important to mention is if we do move the Mandarin immersion program to Ruskin, the remaining Cherrywood students, they were once Title I school, correct? That they will be potentially become a Title I school again?
Yes, so the numbers, if you removed the Mandarin immersion program from Cherrywood, yes, they would be about 39% free and reduced, so they would be a Title I school. So, pretty much those three schools that I mentioned, aside from Majestic Way, you'd be Laneview, Brooktree, or Vincy Park. Those three schools are all Title I schools.
So the non-Mandarin students, they would benefit from Title I benefits if Cherrywood were to be closed?
Correct.
If
you move to one of those three schools.
It's a Title I school.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, Trustee Nguyen, on that? I mean, are you thinking?
No, there's a benefit to that, but just going back to the TK through 8, I mean, I think there's huge upside potential to that, and there's an opportunity for us to reinvent Toyon, Piedmont Middle, and Summerdale. So that's the biggest draw for me.
All right. So where are we at with Cherrywood and Ruskin? Are we still focusing on those two schools? We're not talking about any other schools at this point, correct? We'll still, because we eliminated Laneview, I think.
Yeah, I'm opposed to closing Lakeview. Did we eliminate Majestic Way? I mean, I know it's not a school on the list, but
Right.
we should discuss it. We did discuss it, but
We did discuss it. I think they didn't meet the criteria, and from a cost benefit point of view, also it doesn't have that much of an impact on the bottom line as well. That needs to be one of the things we also need to consider, whether it's popular opinion or not. It's one of the things we need to have in mind.
so it's Ruskin or Cherrywood.
It looks like those are the two schools that we are. So. Yeah, I mean, reluctantly, I would be willing to, if we can move that Mandarin program, in the same model into Ruskin, and figure out, what's the best way of achieving that without losing the momentum that the community has built. Has worked really hard into getting that to that point where they have won multiple awards and accolades, and I've been at some of those meetings with those with NCLS National Chinese Language, NCLS, and the feedback that I heard from the visitors and the guests and the conversations I had. It was great to hear. So I don't have any doubts about our students. The students are amazing. I have no questions about the staff capacity, staff ability, teachers' ability, and administrators' abilities. My only concern is that we don't want to lose that momentum when we disrupt that. I mean, it is going to be disruptive regardless of what we do. So, how do we preserve that momentum? How do we make sure that if we do decide to move the Mandarin immersion program to Ruskin, how do we continue to push forward to make sure that we are getting the best value, and we also need to project that we value the program, because it's something that we have built, and then the community has taken charge of that, and we need to make sure that we value that program as well. So, but yeah, I mean, back against the wall, I would think that would probably be my choice to move Cherrywood Mandarin immersion program to Ruskin, and find out what best we can do for the remaining students that are not in the Mandarin immersion program. Thoughts, critiques?
I mean, is there a way that we can guarantee that we push for that one-to-one model if we move the Mandarin immersion program to Ruskin? Is there a way that we could try and ensure that?
Remember that the one-to-one is also dependent on, the number of students. So that's what varies year to year. And we've worked collaboratively with our teachers on supporting that. We've offered incentives for those that are participating in that one-to-one switch. So that's something we've talked about and added through the years as well. So that would all continue.
I don't think there could be a guarantee for that, because I think when the Mandarin program was implemented, there were staff that wanted to participate in the Mandarin immersion program. There were staff that didn't, and the ones that didn't left Cherrywood, correct? So correct, so over time, so if Cherrywood, the Mandarin immersion program at Cherrywood would be moved to Ruskin, I think it would start all over with what happened at Cherrywood in the past 7 years, and I think that would be too much. And I don't think all the Ruskin teachers, they're willing to be a part of that.
Yep, and I'm with you on that. I'm right there with you. So it'll be a uphill task if we do decide to go that route. It'll be an uphill task to get that program, settle and have the same value that it has right now. I completely agree with that, and I spoke about that at the last meeting also. About those concerns. All right, so we need some direction. We need. I don't think we're not making a conclusion today. We're not taking any votes, but we need at least some sort of consensus on what everybody's thinking. And it looks like on this side of the neighborhood, we are comfortable with the TK8 model at Piedmont, consolidating Toyon and Summerdale over here. Is that okay? Is that correct? Is everybody on board with that?
That's the proposal I would support. I think gives the most benefit to the impacted students.
Okay, perfect.
Without taking away too much from the sites.
Perfect. And on the other side, it's between Cherrywood and Ruskin. What are your thoughts? So again, back against the wall, we don't have much of a leeway, much of a choice to do anything. I'd love to preserve Cherrywood the way it is, but things are what they are right now. So it's just an unfortunate situation. So from my perspective, like I said, we would carefully move the Mandarin program, retain its value, make sure that they have all the support that they need, and move it to Ruskin, and then ensure that the EO kids, either get a choice of school or are well taken care of wherever they land. While you're all thinking about it, in all these conversations, one of the things we never spoke about is our PTAs and our home and school club. And I know there'll be a drastic change in culture. We'll have, if we close, if we don't have Summerdale and Toyon, those PTAs we need to dissolve. Those will need to be absorbed into the Piedmont PTSA. So that's another big change for the parent community, that we need to make sure that the PTA council is, we collaborate with them to make sure that they provide all the support that they need. If we do move Cherrywood, any part of Cherrywood to any other school, Cherrywood doesn't have a PTA; they have a home and school club, structured very differently from a PTA. I've been on both sides, so I know the differences. So that the parents will need a lot of support in getting used to working with the PTSA type of a model. It's a different type of a model. So just wanted to put that out there because that's a critical piece of the equation as well. But entertain your thoughts, or if you have any other ideas than what I presented, what I spoke about, let me know. So again, I spoke about moving the Mandarin immersion program only to Ruskin, and then the EO kids to other schools. That's where I'm at right now.
So what is your proposal? Because if you suggest closing Cherrywood, then what's the other sites that you propose to close?
So we are at Summerdale, Toyon. We are consolidating Summerdale and Toyon to Piedmont to build a TK8.
And moving the Mandarin immersion program as well?
Moving the Mandarin immersion program to Ruskin on the other side, and impacting Cherrywood.
So we're impacting 4 schools then, is what you're proposing?
Well, we are impacting
Cherrywood, Piedmont Middle, Summerdale, and Toyon.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the trade-off is the preservation of the 3 middle schools. So, yeah, we're technically impacting Piedmont, but it remains open. So
as a regular middle school, not TK through 8.
No, it's a TK through 8. So the choices were, to basically, close down or consolidate 3 elementary schools and preserve the middle schools, which we're doing. Yeah, we're impacting it, but we're preserving it.
I mean, the boundary changes for the middle schools.
What was that?
So it's being suggested that Cherrywood is the 3rd elementary school to be closed?
Right. Yeah, because we have Summerdale and Toyon are basically closing. They're consolidating because we can move them in their entirety to Piedmont. We can't do that with Cherrywood or with Ruskin or with any other school on that side. So then the students there would have to split.
Yeah, I think that was option B, the one that we're entertaining. So creating the TK to 8, consolidating 2 elementary schools, and then closing an additional elementary. Or I guess we're doing a little.
Is that what it's suggesting, that we close 2 elementary schools, purging one of them? So
in the option B, I think there's a slight change in option B because now we'll be merging 2 elementary schools with 1 middle school and closing 1 elementary school. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
So would the cost savings be still approximately 2.5 to 2.8?
Good question.
Based on the schools that you're talking about, it'd be closer to the 2.5 than the 2.8.
We would save 2.5 by doing Cherrywood, Summerdale, and Toyon. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So if we were to close Ruskin instead of Cherrywood, would the students then be split up among more schools than the Cherrywood students would be? Because all the Mandarin immersion students, which is roughly half the school of Cherrywood, would go into one school. And then the others would be divided among 1 or 2. Is that right? 2? So 3 schools total. How about Ruskin? How many schools would have to accept their students? So 3, it'd be 3. Okay. But it'd probably be more like a third a school or something like that. Okay.
So with Mandarin immersion, we have students from multiple schools coming to Cherrywood. We have students maximum from Vinci, Toyon, Brooktree, Majestic, Ruskin. They're all coming to Cherrywood.
Right, yeah, so in a way, there's fewer students impacted by consolidating Cherrywood because they're already not in their home school.
Yeah.
Only half are actually, so like 250 roughly are from the home, that's their home school.
So if Cherrywood were to be closed, where would the English-only students be going again?
It would be, we'd have to look at the numbers. It'd be between potentially either Laneview or Majestic, and then either Brooktree or Vinci Park. And if you want, we could, Vinci Park has a lot of space. They all have capacity, at least 6, 7, 8, just depending on which school, 6, 7 to 8 classrooms or more. So while they couldn't take the entire English only students, they could, they could be split between 2 schools. It's just the distance that you want some of those students to travel to get to the school.
So that's a potential issue for me because I prioritize neighborhood families before specialized programs. I believe if you live in a certain community, you should be entitled to be going to the school in your neighborhood. So for a Cherrywood family, because they're English only, if they're not allowed to go to Ruskin, they have to skip Ruskin to go to Majestic Way. That's an issue. And for them to cross the freeway to go to Vinci Park or Brooktree, that's also an issue. I believe that as a Cherrywood family in that neighborhood, you have priority. If Cherrywood were to be closed, you should be going to Ruskin or another neighboring school. You shouldn't, a specialized program. I support the Mandarin immersion program, but in this case, they shouldn't trump another family that lives in that neighborhood. Right?
Is there another option for the Mandarin immersion program?
The only other school that has space for Mandarin immersion is Summerdale.
And we're looking at closing something.
Correct.
It's because of the size of the program. Now, the other thing to keep in mind, Kevin, you mentioned earlier, the capacity was 14 classrooms at Ruskin. for
That's
next year.
correct.
There's 12 that's needed for the Mandarin. Is that 14 existing classroom space?
That's existing classroom space, not inclusive of if we add any portables to that location.
So if there was interest in trying to bring a greater number of Cherrywood students over, that could be a possibility. And Kevin just said that's not including perhaps bringing additional classroom space over.
That wouldn't equate to moving all the 200 and
No, we
something.
wouldn't be
We won't be able to do
capture
that. So that'll be like 10
everyone
plus classrooms, right? Then just for those students, we won't be able to do that.
How many classrooms are currently at Cherrywood all?
In total at Cherrywood, there are
26 classrooms according to the chart here. 26, yeah.
That's the whole classroom,
Mhm.
number of classrooms.
Yeah.
So again, with the, sorry, Barry still saying something, Mr. Franklin?
No.
Oh, okay. So, so for the English-only students at Cherrywood, if we do decide to do this split, again, can we give them the option of one of the 4 schools?
We would have to work through that with Tom as we look at the demography study.
Okay.
There'd be a geography issue, but
Yeah.
in terms of strictly numbers, I actually think all the regular ed kids at Cherrywood could go to Langview. But for some of those kids, it'd be a long ways to go.
Can you repeat that, Tom? You said the students that would be going to Laneview would be which students?
The Cherrywood attendance area, within the Cherrywood attendance area, the number of kids attending Cherrywood in regular education, in my numbers, is about 164 in TK5. There are 200 regular ed kids in that attendance area, but 35 or 6 of them go to other schools, such as Noble's Parent Participation Program. There's really only 164 currently TK5 kids in Cherrywood's attendance area in regular ed at that school.
So,
When I look at next year's forecast numbers, there'll be space for that at Laneview. The only thing I'll warn you with that is some of those kids are gonna go a long ways to Laneview. But numerically, you could fit them all in at Laneview.
so that's what I want to underscore. It's a long distance away. It's unfair to those families. We're unnecessarily, I don't know what the word is, but
Not recommending that.
impacting them. Yeah. So that's why if we were to close Cherrywood, they have to go, the neighborhood families need to go to the next closest neighborhood school, which is Ruskin. And they can't be pushed away because of specialized programs going to Ruskin, which is the same idea I was arguing with Noble. You know, there's families living close to Milpitas and they're driving past 3 schools just to go to another school, which I think doesn't make sense to me geographically.
I wouldn't say that distance, however, is any longer than some kids currently go for Noble and some kids currently go for Brooktree.
Right. So according to and I can go to the slide, the school site distances, Brooktree is actually 1.2 miles from Cherrywood and Ruskin is 1.4, which is, and then for Cherrywood to Laneview is 2.2 miles. Now, whether Brooktree could absorb all of those students, I'd have to relook at that. We do have special ed programs at Brooktree.
And that would involve a freeway crossing.
Correct. But if we're just looking at strictly distance, these are the distances.
Just for the sake of conversation and potentiality, I know that, we've been talking about these 5 school sites. What happens if we were to, and I'm sorry to rehash this, but this is just an idea since we seem like we're kind of stuck in a wall. What if we push Noble and Toyon into Piedmont and then Cherry would push into Summerdale and Ruskin? Just like from a geographical sense, I was just looking at it.
Say that one more time.
What if we were to push Noble and Toyon into Piedmont because Noble and Toyon geographically are closest to Piedmont Middle, and then we would push Cherrywood students into Ruskin and Summerdale? Is that something the board would kind of look into or think
Yeah, I mean,
about?
Summerdale definitely has capacity because Summerdale has, over a dozen or about a dozen classrooms available, so that could work.
Any downsides to that?
They wouldn't be able to take the whole school necessarily. They potentially could, but then you run into the same issue that we talk about with the distance for Laneview. It'd be the same thing for Summerdale. And then I think it was brought up earlier too, if we're just talking about, a geographic split and going to the next nearest school. If you look at Majestic Way, if you're going off of the list, which Noble would be also, Majestic Way is, when you look at Majestic Way's distance from the other closest schools that have capacity, you're looking at Ruskin and Laneview also.
All the Noble kids go to Piedmont, they go to Sierra.
Right. So, yeah, and then looking at middle schools, Noble splits too between where the students attend middle school.
So they would then only go here from some students from Noble. They'd go here from K to 5 or TK to 5, and then they'd go somewhere else for middle school.
Yeah, I mean, right now for Noble, the students go to Sierramont and Piedmont for middle school.
Right. What, 50-50?
Roughly. Depends on the year, I suppose.
So they would not stay here from K to 8, but how much interaction is it between the middle school and grades and the elementary grades in a K to 8 school or TK to 8 school?
Say that again?
How much interaction or overlap is there between, the programs of say, from TK to 5 to the middle school grades?
It's more about the shared instructional resources
Right.
that they would have. I mean, that's what makes a K-8 attractive, right? They would have a continuum of learning experiences, whatever that focused area is.
So the Noble parents could potentially request to stay here if they like it. And then Summerdale could take the Mandarin immersion program, and then the English students from Cherrywood could go to Ruskin.
Yes, that would fit.
So Trustee House suggestion would not be optimal? Is that what I'm hearing? Is that would not be an optimal plan, or will not be much of a difference? Is that what's the conclusion on that?
That'd be for the board to decide. I mean,
I'm trying to see from a data point of view. What's the
it would work.
I think logistically it would work. The other follow-up question would be the cost savings in that change of schools.
Yeah, so the cost savings would drop Noble. Well, actually, let me double check. Noble's savings. Noble is the lowest cost savings. So if you're looking at Noble, Cherrywood, and Summerdale, then we get farther away from making the 2.5 million. Noble wasn't considered in that range because they weren't on the list. It was only the schools that were on that list that comprised that range.
How much of a difference? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, Noble is barely over $700,000 in savings, and most of the rest of the schools, with the exception of Summerdale, are 800,000 and above. So 80,000 or so
less.
Yes.
80,000 less.
Yes,
That's not even one staff position.
80,000's a teacher's salary without benefits.
A beginning teacher with no benefits. A teacher is roughly what, like 150 with benefits?
But again, then we're 80,000 shorter of
shorter,
the,
so
of the
that's some
target.
more we'd have to cut.
Yes. And then just as the reminder that, the school site distances were one of the criteria that the committee considered amongst the 19.
I agree with Trustee Nguyen, though, that, that the resident students that live in that neighborhood should get priority in terms of, going to the closest school.
Do we know how many Mandarin immersion students where their resident school would be? That's Vinci Park, right? Oh, I was just asking where the Mandarin immersion students what is their primary residency school, and that's Vinci Park, right?
Vinci Park has the most. The second most is Cherrywood. And then I'd have to look, and then it's pretty split amongst everywhere else. I think Northwood had the lowest amount of students.
Are we able to move the Mandarin immersion program to Majestic Way?
No, not without doing a boundary change for Majestic Way. The only sites that have 12 classrooms available are Summerdale and Ruskin.
Can we consider doing a potential boundary change to Majestic Way too? Because that's another school where I think has awkward boundaries. There's a school just north of the creek. I'm not sure what creek that is, but essentially those schools are closer to Laneview than Majestic Way.
Yeah, I mean, Laneview has capacity to take on a number of students. So if that's something the board wants to entertain, that could be possible to do a boundary change with Majestic Way to then have enough capacity for the Mandarin immersion program.
Those schools on the south side of Cropley, I mean, they have to go down a Piedmont Road or what is that, Hofstadter? No, that's not, the Morel, just to get to, and then make a turn onto Hofstadter just to get to Majestic Way, when they could just enter the neighboring residential streets of Laneview. And I think if that way we could maintain the Mandarin immersion program within the Sierra Mont family.
We can maintain the Mandarin immersion program within the Sierra Mont family if we move it to Ruskin too.
Yeah, but then that would unfairly impact the Cherrywood residential homes.
Regardless of that, even if we move to Majestic Way, we still impact the Cherrywood EO, English-only resident students, correct?
It doesn't matter if the Mandarin immersion program is in Sierra Mont boundaries because the people come from all over the district anyway.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm game. But from a logistical point of view, space point of view,
but the Sierra Mont Mandarin middle school students are at Sierra Mont.
Right, yeah, but the ones, even if they go to Summerdale for, the elementary grades, they could go to Sierra Mont for the middle school grades. And since a lot of them are from out of the district or, from other schools, from every school within the district, it's not like we have to keep the schools close together. So it's not like a home school, where you go to the elementary school and the middle school that's close by. It doesn't matter where in the district they go, because they'll go anyway. They'll travel to go to that program, right? So it's not important.
Well, what I'm suggesting as potential way of doing this is change Majestic Way's boundaries move it to Laneview because Laneview is experiencing a decline in enrollment, a higher rate of decline in enrollment, and putting the Mandarin immersion program at Majestic Way.
So if that happens too, then the middle school boundary would be adjusted then for Morrill and those students currently attending Majestic in that whatever attendance area of Majestic
The
is
north side
adjusted
of
would
Majestic
go
Way, just
to-
north of the creek.
Would go to Morrill.
Correct. Because there's literally homes just south of Cropley that goes to Majestic Way when they just need to cross Cropley to go to Laneview.
Wasn't Cropley cutting the boundary for Laneview? I thought that's what I saw on the map. Are there schools on the other side of Cropley that are going to Majestic? You're saying? I thought Cropley is in the,
Cropley is the boundary between Majestic and Lakeview.
Right.
It's also the boundary between Sierra Vista and Morgan.
oh, I see. Yep, it's here one more, yeah. But trustee Nguyen, so your logic for moving Majestic, I mean, the Mandarin immersion to Majestic Way, you feel would be less impactful for the Cherrywood residents, students? Is that where you're coming at?
Yeah, and then if you're suggesting that we close Cherrywood, then the English only students will be going to Ruskin.
Oh, I see, for capacity purposes.
Correct,
right?
because if that's the case, I think is more equitable for the neighborhood families to attend their neighboring schools opposed to a specialized program.
Yep.
To trump those families.
That's a good point. Yeah. That's a good point, actually. Yeah. So then Majestic Way is furthest from Vinci, right? Because most number of students.
We're going to
Mm, I-
verify if there's capacity at Majestic
Okay,
Way
sure.
by moving over.
So those Vinci students will have a long commute to come to Majestic for MI, right? I mean, Ruskin would not be that much worse either. I mean, it'll probably be comparable, but is there a scenario that the board thinks that would keep Cherrywood intact without disturbing? Is there a different scenario that, I know it's late, I know pretty much everybody's famished, but is there anything that comes to mind that would keep Cherrywood intact, Ruskin intact? Is there any other scenario? Do you have any two more schools maybe that you're looking at? I know I'm creating more controversies here, but I'm just trying to see what other options are there.
No, I have another spreadsheet that's not part of that shows how many classrooms are in use. And so it looks like, I think and I'd have to double check because these numbers were from last spring. And so this year, numbers have changed slightly. I think there's 5 classrooms current at Majestic Way. There's room, I believe, to add 2 to 3 portables. And then I believe they would be, based on declining enrollment, would have 2 additional. So I think that there's about approximately 10 or so classrooms. So it'd be close to being able to fit in the current configuration all of the Manner and Immersion program. But we'd have to double check the capacity figures or the current utilization for Majestic Way, right? And so I'd have to double check.
But with Trustee Nguyen's suggestion of redrawing that boundary, right? And
right,
even
for sure,
with
if we
that, you're
redraw the boundary, depending on how many students are within that area that he mentioned, we'd have to see how many students currently live in that area to determine then how those numbers adjust. Because right now, the utilization rate shows that there's excess capacity at Majestic Way of 188 for 25-26, which we know that there's 277 students in the Manner and Immersion program as it currently is. So we would need to have at least 4 more classrooms. I don't know that we can add 4 more portables there, or if there's going to be a couple of other classrooms based on revised enrollment projections.
If you make that boundary change, the only way that works for next year is if you don't grandfather any of those kids.
Right. Yep.
Just force them out of Majestic.
Right.
In 5th grade.
So then we're displacing Majestic Way. Families for
I
the
wouldn't
special
support that. I'd rather phase it out. That's too much of an impact.
If we grandfather them, then the numbers don't work.
How many classrooms are available at Majestic Way, did you say?
That's what I'd have to go to the school to double check. So the classroom figures, they weren't on the list. So I didn't go and double check those as far as a school for capacity. And so the utilization rates we have are from last spring. And so we've adjusted and the school has moved around teachers. So we'd have to go double check. But I think that there's at least 5 or 6 vacant classrooms there based on the last time I was there. Because one thing that did change as well, which impacts these numbers, is I believe is at the last board meeting, there was a board item to purchase the 2 county portables that are currently on the property for $1. The county has been out of those portables for a number of years now, but they weren't ours, so we weren't able to include them in the capacity, and so that's why that number changed also. So that's why I think there's at least 5 or 6, because we weren't counting those before, and those do exist on that campus.
Maybe since it's getting late, we should consider the following options. Maybe we should, at next week's board meeting, we should go over Majestic Way's capacity and also taking a deeper look at Cherrywood and Ruskin and seeing, which one, we just look at the facts for both school sites. But then what I'm hearing from the board is also we reached a consensus on Summerdale and Toyon and Piedmont. So now our decision is just on that final school, and then maybe we can rehash that, relook at all the numbers next Wednesday.
That sounds like a plan to me. If the rest of the board is okay with that, if you want to continue their discussion, that's okay also.
So I did get a anonymous tip right now that there are 6 with the county portables. There'd be 2 more based on declining enrollment that I figured. So that's 8. And I believe there's room for 3 portables. So that's 11. So we're still just shy of.
And it wouldn't allow for growth beyond that. So that's
And that's,
right.
Although Majestic will keep declining. So yeah,
there's really not enough.
just short.
All right, it looks like at this point in time, we do have somewhat of a consensus on the.
I wouldn't put anything on the.
Oh, no, okay. So, all right.
Until we decide all 3. I wouldn't say, we're going to do this and then not that. It's got to be all 3.
No, I'm not,
things
we're
might
not
change,
voting on anything tonight, I can guarantee you that. So with some trepidation, I'll say we have some sort of a agreement on the TK8 model, building a TK8 model at Piedmont, consolidating Summerdale and Toyon.
I don't know, because
something
Cherrywood would fit into Summerdale and, their Mandarin immersion, that would logically make sense if we bring Piedmont over here. Or the Noble over here. So that's why I'm not really set on that.
Right. So the discussion for Cherrywood, for the Mandarin immersion still remains. So that's still an option that we need to gather some more thought and information on, and it might very well come to the point where we say that we keep Summerdale and then move Mandarin immersion there too, and then move the rest to Ruskin. So
the only thing we're sure of is that we want to do a TK to 8 here.
Right. Yeah. That seems to be the one thing that we kind of all are okay with. So what action items do we have for the cabinet, if you can summarize?
So let me just get clarity here for what staff needs to bring back in terms of scenarios. So we have TK8 model for Piedmont Middle School. The first scenario that the board discussed was looking at Toyon and Summerdale and merging those 2 here. Looking at what I had was options for choice for those families as well. Now also staying with Piedmont Middle School, the second scenario was Noble and Toyon. Okay. And then do we still want to work through what we just discussed with Majestic Way? And what is the request? What scenario would you like to see?
I thought we figured out that we didn't have enough space there.
Just wanted to confirm.
So with the second scenario, we spare Summerdale, which would mean that potentially we can move Mandarin immersion to Summerdale.
Okay.
And then the resident students of Cherrywood to Ruskin. Did I get that right?
Okay.
Right.
Or we consolidate Ruskin. Is that still on the table?
It is, but capacity-wise, I think we have an issue, don't we?
What's your question?
To consolidate to Ruskin. Ruskin cannot, from what I understand, and I'll let Dr. Fuentes elaborate, there are too many students, so Ruskin will need to be broken up. It cannot go as a whole to
as a whole group, right?
Can I ask one clarification? Just a couple numbers I got to do for you. If you put Mandarin immersion at Summerdale, do you then, what do you do that within the middle school level? Because Summerdale was going to go to Piedmont. Is Piedmont just going to become a K to the Noble and Toyon areas? There really isn't enough kids to manage.
Right.
Or does, I'm just trying to figure out how the numbers work here. What's the to make the Mandarin program across the middle school down?
Yeah, it does right now. The students that are in Mandarin programs at Sierramont are not resident students anyway, correct? So what does it matter if they all come to Summerdale and then go to Sierramont, right? So.
I think we might want to revisit Majestic's way status. It might make sense for us to consider closure, preserving Cherrywood, closing Majestic Way, and splitting it between Lakeview and Ruskin?
Yeah, I would like to, I don't know about that decision, but if you want to entertain that, I want to see all the rehash what Majestic Way, like the cost savings would look like, the facility. So I would,
Yeah, well, Noble is also not on the list of the committees, so if that's up for consideration, I don't see why Majestic Way shouldn't also. We should have a pretty thorough discussion on that.
Yep.
yeah, if we were to poll another school that wasn't on the committee's list, I would like us to have like a really thorough discussion, just because, we went through the committee process and we entrusted them with this. And so I want to make sure we really land on the right decision there if we pull a school that wasn't on the list.
So apart from the rest of the criteria, the cost, as a reminder, we need to be mindful of the cost savings also at the bottom of all this, whether we like it or not. The cost savings is an issue, so we need to maximize those campuses that will yield us the maximum savings to be able to be fiscally solvent. So let's not lose focus on that piece of the equation also. I know that I understand all the different options. It's great to have those options, but at the end of the day, fiscal solvency is also key to this equation, and we need to get to that point. So, Trustee Jimenez?
I was going to say, and if staff has a best option recommendation, that I'm open to that as well.
They're looking at us for directions. I don't think.
And we're looking at them.
It's an impasse. So do we have, Dr. Fuentes, all the notes that you have? All right, so we will, we're not making taking any votes today. We will continue this discussion at our regular board meeting on the 18th. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the special meeting, please.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourned at 10:43 p.m. Thank you all for your patience. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it.